Más o más por DM. Me escribiste antes de llegar al hotel. Me conoces, no soy de eso. Yo te hago completico el proceso y empiezo a tocarte. Yo soy tu vicio, espero que no te asombre. También puedo besarte. Ser loco y romántico a la vez. Baby, te quiero para mí. Tomando y viendo Netflix. Mami, viendo Netflix. Ya no se trata de sentir, se trata solo de fluir. Baby, te quiero para mí. Tomando y viendo Netflix. Ya no se trata de sentir, se trata solo de fluir. Mi Pikachu, pues yo te elijo. Siempre apunto a lo fijo, por eso estoy contigo. Y porque la pasamos genial, es un castigo. Es solo que conmigo encontraste tu abrigo. Y por ahí encontraste algo más. Tú lo sabes. No nos desviemos del caso, solo tú y yo, mujer. Tú eres perfecta, tú eres mi caro y yo puedo ser tu nena. Sé que tú quieres más de eso. Flaca, tírame ese hueso que él no te dio, lo que te di. Y no solo hablo del sexo, lo que yo te di. Baby, te quiero para mí. Tomando y viendo Netflix. Ya no se trata de sentir, se trata solo de fluir. Baby, te quiero para mí. Tomando y viendo Netflix. Ya no se trata de sentir, se trata solo de fluir.
Aquel día el instinto nos decía que esa noche juntico no quería, que las ganas, bebé, nos ganaría, pero no fue así. Vamos lento, ya, que si nos apuramos no disfrutamos del momento, ya, y lo vamos a arruinar. Dale lento, ya, dile a tus amigas que hoy no vas para afuera, que estás en la escuela y vamos a jugar. Ella sabe que quiero a mi mamacita. Ella también quiere que seamos felices. Ella, la que se apresura a la vueltica. Ella es sin timidez. Como la ves, no le importa dónde y cuándo. Frenada no es, yo no soy el que la mando. Nunca lo seré, su carácter no es de niña, que la puede controlar cualquiera. Y me encanta, yo lo sé, independiente. Vamos lento y verás. Y me encanta, yo lo sé, independiente. Vamos lento y verás. Vamos lento, ya, que si nos apuramos no disfrutamos del momento, ya, y lo vamos a arruinar. Dale lento, ya, dile a tus amigas que hoy no vas para afuera, que estás en la escuela y vamos. Los 7 días de la semana te doy de mañana y consejos sabes que no es. Te doy el desquite, que me quites todas esas ganas que te tengo, mujer. Todo el mundo sabe que tú y yo somos más que panas, pero nos vamos lento, que el que se apura no llega a nada, no llega a nada, nada. Y me encanta, yo lo sé, independiente, bebé. Vamos lento y verás. Y me encanta, yo lo sé, independiente, bebé. Vamos lento y verás. Vamos lento, ya, que si nos apuramos no disfrutamos del momento, ya, y lo vamos a arruinar. Dale lento, ya, dile a tus amigas que hoy no vas para afuera, que estás en la
just met you, but you look. Oh girl, you blow my mind. I know what I would like to do, but you just keep on talking. I see your dog needs walking. Your folk drive you insane. I know, yeah, that's true. Of course, you ain't the one to blame. Keep on talking to me. You keep on telling me your dreams. You keep on talking to me, but I just wanna see you move. Yeah, I just wanna see you move. I just wanna see you move. Yeah, I just wanna see you move. Sure, I like to listen. It's not like I don't wanna know. It's just that you've been talking to me 3 nights in a row. I think it's time to let go. Forget the past, just lose control. 'Cause life's too short for yapping. Come on and dance, come give me soul. You keep on talking to me. You keep on talking to me. You keep on talking. You keep on talking to me. You keep on telling me your dreams. You keep on talking, but I just wanna see you move. I just wanna see you move. I just wanna see you move. I just wanna see you. I just wanna see you. I just wanna see you.
I saw you from the beginning. You were clearly out of my league. You didn't look at where I was standing. I thought that we would never meet. But here we are now, two restless souls, lost in a room full of strangers. I wanna wash that sad look from your face, and maybe you can keep me away from dangers. Let's sneak out together, baby, and spend some time just you and me. I wanna set you free when no one else is there to see. Everybody knows you're a lady, yeah. But your eyes are telling me that there is more to see. Let's make our own destiny. Let's sneak out together, baby. Yeah. Please, baby. This evening will soon be over, and we'll be back in the roles we played. Always caught in the charades of life, longing for a sweeter day. But this can be our moment. Let's seize it here and now. Let's leave this room full of strangers. Oh, you wash this sad look from my face, and I'll keep you away from dangers. Let's stick out together, baby. Oh, and spend some time just you and me. I wanna set you free. never gonna let you go, never gonna let you go. Oh, I'm never gonna let you go, never gonna let you go. Hey, never gonna let you go, never gonna let you go. Oh.
Here we go, put this miserable song on repeat. Cause you seem to forget how much you are hurting me. Do what's right, you say you will, but then you don't. You just don't. You don't care, cause you don't take me seriously. What's there to repair if you don't wanna talk to me? You should know your time is up, I'm out, I'm done. So I'm putting you on a lifetime sentence, and you'll no longer feel my presence. So you thought I would let this slip, thought you knew me so much better. You're on a lifetime sentence, so now you never feel my presence. So you thought I would let this slip, thought you knew me so much better. So you thought I would let this slip, thought you knew me so much better. Yeah, yeah. So you thought I would let this slip. No, that's right. Your words don't mean a thing to me. Sleepless night, your love has left us incomplete. Thinking that your promises will fit so loud. No, that's right. So I'm putting you on a lifetime sentence, and you'll no longer feel my presence. So you thought I would let this slip, thought you knew me so much better. You're on a lifetime sentence, so now you never feel my presence. So you thought I would let this slip, thought you knew me so much better. Cause I don't. So you thought I would let this slip, thought you knew me so much better. Oh no. So you thought I would let this slip. So I'm putting you on a lifetime sentence, and now you never feel my presence. So you thought I would let this slip, thought you knew me so much better. You're on a lifetime sentence, so now you never feel my presence. Never feel. So you thought I would let this slip, thought you knew me so much better. Thought you knew me so much better.
In this moment, yes, I cannot say what's wrong or right. No, it's not hard to fool me. No, 'cause I'm addicted to the good life. Yes, yeah, either way,
What up? What up? What up?
no need to say no. We'll be ahead now, babe. I follow the edge of it all,
Shout out to the CIA.
to the edge of it all.
Oh,
So
tell them good lies, ladies. Cause we find no matter what. Tell them.
susceptible now, before the moment flies.
Ladies, how do you respond? Tell them. So tell those good lies. Cause we're fine no matter what. Let them people tell them good lies. We fine no matter what.
It's not a problem, no, 'cause I know what I'm getting into. Yes. Yeah. Nothing can stop me.
Woo! 'Cause I'm
Addicted to what you and I.
Do me a favor, in the chat room, your age, your gender, and your city.
No need to say where we
Age, gender, and city, please.
I follow to the edge of it all. So tell you
Why does he need our age, gender, and our city? What we're gonna be talking about? I'm glad you asked. We are going to be helping out all the good CIA men and all the FBI women out there trying to figure out what in the hoo-ha and what in the world is going on. All right. But don't talk to me that way. What is going on? What's going on? What is going on? Welcome to another episode of your favorite show that we don't have a title for. We're going to get one, though. We're going to get a title for this show. How's everybody doing tonight? Just came off from over on Donovan Sharp's show. And I actually wanted to have a continuation of a conversation that we started the other day. Conversation we started the other day. We're going to go ahead and change the title of this. High value men, women that high value men avoid. And we're going to change the title of this because this all got started as a offshoot of what b.simone was talking about. b.simone, you know, ladies like her. That's the whole conversation that's been getting started. b.simone. We need to put her in the title so we can get the benefit of the algorithm. So we're having some issues over here with the weather, so why is that doing? Having some issues over here with the weather, so we're gonna have to deal with what we're gonna have to deal with. All right, so the question is, the kind of women that high value men avoid. What are high value men? Well, we talk about high value men over here. We're talking about men who are, you know, marrying kind of men. We're not talking about dudes that's just going, for this conversation, we're talking about the women who want to manifest themselves a husband. We're talking about the kind of men that can afford to have a stay-at-home wife, 3 children, living in a major metropolitan area, that kind of stuff. Let's not play games. Okay? That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about, you know, this 50-50, you gotta work and all this other kind of stuff. We're talking about the kind of men that make the kind of money the average woman can have a nice home in the suburbs in a gated community, send their kid to private school. Kids' college is paid for. Kids have cars at 16 years old. And all along that way, mommy and daddy can take the family on great 2-week vacations, 30-day vacations in Europe. We're not talking about a weekend at Disney World. We're talking about what you ladies say you want. And one thing that I've pointed out as if you listen to my show over the last month or two, that there are a lot of women out there who say they want provider males, men who can provide. Yet, when asked, they have little to no idea what it takes for a man to be able to provide the kind of lifestyle they say they want. They have no idea the amount of money it takes, where these guys have to work, where they live. But I got women from all around the world calling in saying they want these provider males. And I don't judge what you want, ladies. My guys, my clients, the guys who follow me, fit in that category. They're what I call Blake Henry, Bradley, Ahmed, Keith, and Enrique. High earners, not rich yet. Those are the white collar guys. Science, engineering, technology, math, accounting, medicine, pharmacy, that kind of stuff, going through the quote unquote white collar world. Or they're the blue Henrys. Guys, 10 grand a month, 10 grand a man, 10 grand a month. What did I say the other day? 10 grand a month, $120,000 a year. That's living in Dallas, Houston, Austin, San Antonio, Atlanta. A guy who's making $130,000, $125,000, $130,000 a year in some place like that, he can live fine on his own for the rest of his life. But in order to be able to talk about having a family and that kind of stuff, he's going to have to make a lot more. But here's the question. We know the kind of guys you say you want. Well, what kind of women should guys like, what kind of women like this, what kind of women do these guys say they avoid? Now, understand something, ladies. This is what I have gathered from men. In men's spaces, my clients, out and about, when I'm out and about in the real world, I'm going to tell you the kind of women that these guys say they avoid like the plague, and for very good reason, at least as far as they're concerned. But before we get into it, understand something. Slow mode is on. Slow mode is on in the chat room. Slow mode is on, and we're about to get into the show, but we only got 203 likes. Wow, wow, wow. Now, you guys know that if we don't get the likes up to over 350, we won't even get the show started. We need to have at least 70%. We got 500 people watching. We need to have 350 likes. 70%. 70%. Hit the like button. Hitting the like is free. And do me a favor. If you're feeling the content, hit the share button too. Shares do more than anything else. What's going on, O'Shea, Duke Jackson? O'Shea the Great in the house. Give it up to O'Shea, everybody. Understand something. He makes this whole manosphere thing. He's dropping more content in a little bit, man. Keeping y'all fed during this pandemic. So you better know where your bread is buttered. Let me get into it. Oh, we still got some more to go. So let's turn on some music while we read some announcements. I'm going to let y'all do your job. I'm going to need, let's see, we got 1, 2, 3, 4. O'Shea's don't count because he always do that. Now we're going to need these 5 more people to drop something in the bucket before we even get started with the show. And trust me, you want to hear this one. You asked for it. So break my bread, please. Thank you. Do me a favor. Go ahead and put a little right there in the bucket. Right there. Right there on the left-hand side. Put a little down right over there. When we get them 5 more donations, we get the show started. Come on. There we go. Book of Rhymes. Appreciate it. Man, well, thank you. Because I'm ready to get this started because I'm going to tell you right now, guys. We all know that there are certain kind of women that you guys avoid. And I need you ladies to know something. These men want you guys to know the ladies that they want to avoid. These men want you to know the ladies they want to avoid. So I'm going to tell you on my channel, I'm having my editor work on it right now. I'm doing excerpts of conversations. But I want you guys to understand something. This is not meant to demean or embarrass anybody. The names aren't going to be used. But I need you guys to understand something, that guys who are self-made men who've gotten themselves into a position to where they can actually have and demand a standard are not trying to look just for a pretty face and a big butt. It takes more than that. That's the starting point. But let's get into it. Last show, shout out to Erica Williams if she's in here. Last show, I had a woman call in. And sis, if you here in the chat room, do me a favor, email me. I would love to get you on for part 2. I don't want anybody throwing any shots at her, but she was kind of emblematic of what we're starting to see far too often. Let's get into it. Yep.
Okay. So I'm calling just to see, like, I guess what I am doing and what I can avoid, because I don't know if me having standards is getting in the way of finding the man that I want.
So let me go ahead and see if I can repeat the question. You want to know if you having standards is preventing you from getting the man you want.
Yes.
Okay, so let me start with some background. How old are you?
I'm 26.
Well, you heard me say it in the chat room. Did you go to college?
I did.
But you didn't graduate.
No, I just got my Associate of Arts.
Okay, cool. Height, weight, and dress size.
So I'm like 5'5", 5'6", and my weight is 128 to 130.
Okay.
Depends.
And what dress size do you wear?
Like a 4.
And lastly, what part of the country are you in? North, east, south, west?
Like West Coast.
West Coast. Okay. And what kind of man do you want?
Well, I like black men. Like, that's like my first choice, but I don't mind swirling.
Okay, I'm talking about from a on paper standpoint. What kind of money are we talking about?
Successful. Like, I'm not really.
Let's define successful. Do you want to be a stay-at-home wife?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And do you want to have? Now, I want you guys to hear what she's saying. This is a long call. I'm going to let it play. But she asked if her having standards, was keeping her from finding the man that she wanted. I need you guys to focus on the things she's going to say, and it kind of leans to an overall mindset that tends to be around women of certain kind of groups. And I'm going to tell you the kind of groups as we get through here. How many children are you planning on having for this guy?
Just depends on how many he would want from me.
3.
Okay.
I mean, if you got nothing else to do except stay at home, 26, right? One kid, you be getting off pretty damn easy. Wouldn't you agree? or we're not? Tell me, what do you think?
No, I think that's true. I think,
Okay.
mm,
The average
okay.
family has 2.3 kids or 2.5 kids, but you're talking about a successful guy. So, a successful guy, are you in Northern California or Southern California?
Northern.
So, in Northern California, so to be a stay-at-home wife of 3 children in Northern California, how much do you think a man would need to make annually to make that happen for you to have? Now, understand, all I asked is, what do you want? Uh, and what do you, and knowing what you want is important. Again, her question was it about standards? As the call develops, you're going to realize that oftentimes pretty women, pretty women of a certain seven, eights, nines or better tend to not put a lot of thought into what it is they say they want. A decent home, have your own 4-door sedan, to have the kids' college paid for, private school if necessary, or high-end public school, with kids' activities, kids having cars at 16, having their college paid for if necessary, plus have the things of life, 401k, retirement, everything else, still being able to eat well, travel, not just go to Disneyland. I'm quite sure you want to go out of the country, maybe go to Europe on a family vacation, that kind of stuff, right?
Right.
Right. Okay. How much do you think that person needs to make? That man needs to make annually?
Um, I would say a significant
Give me a
amount
dollar
of
value.
money.
Give me a dollar value. A significant
I'm
amount
not
of
good at
money.
math, like probably like over 100,000.
See, I need you guys to understand that, ladies, this is not a game with men. You don't even begin to know what it takes to make this shit happen. And when a man hears that, that's a problem.
Maybe. I don't know, maybe like 80,000, 90,000,
Eighty
over
thousand dollars a
100,000.
year for
I'm not
four
really
kids,
sure.
3 people, 3 children, and 2 adults. $100,000 a year for 5 people in Northern
Okay,
California.
no. Oh man. Okay, so I don't know.
Okay, so problem number one. Let me also say this. Everybody's talking about she's lying, she's lying, she's lying. Yeah, she's trying to keep her location hidden. And again, if you go back through my channel, you'll hear that take this woman out and you can plug almost any of these other women who fit in this category, and it's the same mindset. Doesn't matter what age. The things you want, you don't even know what it takes from a dollar standpoint to make it possible for a man to make it possible for Jerry you. Beck, do not highlight me again. You got a
think
this shit question? Is this Put it in magic? Super chat. Let me give you the number. The number, they throw this 6-figure number out, that's enough for one person to be successful. Roughly $10,000 a month. That's the number I tend to use. That's in Dallas, Houston, Austin. If you adjust that for the Bay Area, you're $100,000 a year, you're still broke. You're talking about closer to 220, 250. There's a police officer in San Jose who made $250,000 last year, and he's a cop. Okay, so the kind of man you're talking about, he's going to need to be making around $700,000 to $900,000 a year.
I'm open to relocating. Like I don't have to stay. Like I'm like so open to moving somewhere
Well,
cheaper.
do you think people make that kind of money? I also need to add something in too, guys. This is not a conversation. I mean, I don't know why guys come in and talk about how much money I'm making as a single guy. No disrespect, man, but this is about men who want women, high value men, and the women they want to avoid. I don't want to see a bunch of guys when they talk about they don't want women and they cool being single and all that. Good. Keep it closed. Listen to the show. You have no reason to bring that up in this show. It's not the topic. Please. In Cedar Rapids, Iowa.
No.
Do you think there are a lot of black men? Black men are concentrated in 10 cities. See, this is part of the problem with with ladies. You want this fantasy of a man, not a fantasy. You want this high value man. These men, listen, these men are concentrated in 10 cities. Black people are concentrated in 10 cities. Okay? And
Mm-hmm.
I don't fault you for wanting him, but I just say you got to understand where he is, and to think a guy can make $80,000 and you would be happy with that kind of money. You'd be working on 80 grand, and then there'd be tension in the marriage. I forgot to ask you one question. On a scale from 1 to 10, where would most people say you rank as far as a beauty, facial, from a facial standpoint? That's a good looking man.
Like a 9 or a 10, maybe an 8 if someone's hating on me.
A 9 or 10. Okay, so we're talking LA 9 or just
I just know I'm very beautiful, and I'm not just saying that,
okay.
but I don't
Hey
know.
sis, I give it to you. So you get these are good things. So from a money standpoint, uh, the kind of money you're talking about is a guy who's he's going to have a serious high earning career, or he's going to have to be a small business owner and own a significant concern. That means you're
Gotcha.
going to be looking at men who are at least about 10, probably 15 years older than you.
Oh, definitely.
Okay,
Okay.
and that's what you're going to be looking for. But the question is, what do those kind of men want in a wife?
Um, well, I just, I know that they want, someone who's just a lady. I would hope so, because I'm really open to just being a lovely housewife and just doing what I need to do to
Translation:
make sure.
I'm open to you taking care of me. That's what you just said. I'm open to you just taking care of me, which is cool. But what you've also said is you've done no homework or no research or no nothing on what it is you want. That's why you're not getting it.
That's like golden.
Yeah.
That's true.
This is why your non-black counterpart, your white counterparts, steal black men like this out from under you. Because one, you don't even know how to identify them. Two, when they're there, you got no sales pitch. It's just I'm pretty good. This is a problem with that just manifested mindset. That manifest like it's a just wish upon a star. No, to land a man who's not who's not an athlete or an entertainer, that's a high earner, requires more than wishing upon a star. Okay, you're beautiful. You're 5 foot whatever. You're dress size 4. You are smoking. After we have sex, what else?
Depth. Um, I don't flaunt my things that I know or my experiences, but I'm a deep
Things
person
that
and I
I
can hold a
know.
conversation, and
Mm-hmm.
I make a lovely housewife, good mom, things like that.
Were
But
your parents
I am
were your
divorced
mother
though.
and father married?
Uh no. Well, yeah, my background is crazy, but
Oh,
I
so
am divorced. So
let me simplify the question. Were you raised to be a housewife?
no, I wasn't actually.
How can you talk about you a lovely housewife?
Because I was married before and
Okay.
I saw what didn't work, and I was like, that's why I don't want to go to work. I want to focus on staying
Okay.
home,
Let's back up. See,
being with this man.
that was an important part. You were married before. How old was your husband?
He's like 29 or something.
How old were you?
I got married when I was like 18 or 19.
And where's your father?
I didn't grow up with a father.
I didn't say that. I asked where is he?
Um, I don't have a very strong relationship with him.
Why?
Because I was adopted.
Okay. Do you know your biological mother?
I do, yes.
Now you notice I was trying to be
I
delicate.
do, but he's recently like got sick and he's in the hospital. Like he's like, I just
Okay, I'm gonna ask you a hard question. Are you ready?
Sure.
Do you know his side of the story from his mouth?
No, not really.
Then why in the hell are you judging him?
I'm not.
Well, but you know your biological mother. You know, you're not judging him. But I asked you, where's your father? I didn't grow up with a father. I didn't ask you. I just said, where is he? Well, he wasn't in my life. I was adopted. Okay. But you know your biological mother. See, when I asked you about the woman that birthed you, you could answer those questions. But about your father, it's all this vague stuff. And my question is, why have you never sought to understand your father?
Well, he was the reason why I was adopted was because of
Nobody knows you, sweetheart. I don't know you.
sexual abuse that was going on. I have 5 other.
That's why I was being delicate, guys, because you don't just jump down somebody's throat. You don't know each other. So give her a little break before you call her a liar. Vague attempts to hold her privacy back. Come on, man.
Biological sisters, and we all got put in the system because he was sexually abusing my sisters.
Okay.
And that's why we got.
Well, then that's cause. Then that's cause. That's different. That's one of the few things I will accept. If there was actually a reason where you shouldn't, a safety reason, then there's no reason to interact with this person. But I would say, let's move on past that. If there was reason, because I don't want to dig too deep into it because it's not relevant. There's a reason, but you were adopted.
Yeah.
And you were raised by a mother and father, or mother?
Just a mother.
All right. So you're raised by a mother, and the reason I'm asking these questions is if you got married at 18 to a 29-year-old, who advised you on that? That's what I'm trying to get to.
Nobody.
Okay. All right. That's a very important point, guys. Who's advising these women? Who's advising these women? And all this stuff is going to come into fruition. Because when I start running down the groups of women, the kind of women, the things that they do, the kind of jobs they have, the professions they're in, it's all going to make sense. Okay? Whose advice do you seek in trying to guide you through life? Nobody.
I'm just kind of, I guess, learning through trial and error.
That's very dangerous.
Well, that's what I'm calling you.
Well, but you're calling me, but you're not paying me. See, this is why that's a very important point. That's why I'm calling you, but you're not paying me. See, this is what you get with pretty privilege. Pretty privilege allows women like a mindset like this to go through life trial and error and making catastrophic mistakes that average or below average cuteness women cannot make. Because women like this have been told, you're pretty enough to where anyone will come along and save you. But they want to be saved, and it is a save mission, by a Henry. They don't want to be saved by a $50,000 a year guy, and you're going to find out why. I'm going to give you this off. Your circumstances, trying as they are, you're a 26-year-old. You're not 14. You know your background. You know it's troubled. Are you seeing a therapist?
I've done a lot of work.
Okay. Is it a lot of work? Let me tell you guys something. When you work with alcohol and drug counselors, one of the first things you'll know with somebody who's really on a path to recovery is they can openly laugh about being an alcoholic or a drug addict. Oh, I was a crackhead. Once upon a time, I was a this or I was that. I've been in the program. They're not hiding it, and they're not trying to hurry up. See, a lot of times folks when they have complex backgrounds, they want an endpoint. How often do you hear women come on my channel and they want to, okay, now I realize I have a problem, but in a year I want to have a rich husband. You don't get to make that choice. You got to work the plan. You got to work the program.
I've done a lot of work.
Are you in a healthy place?
I am actually.
All right. So, and you said you were married to a 29-year-old. What you guys are hearing is she's not in a healthy place because of the deception,
5
the
years.
vagaries. So you've been divorced less than 3 years?
Yeah.
Okay. Any children?
When?
Let me go ahead and say this again. Guys, there's no need to say men stay away from these kind of guys, because I'm not trying to be insulting to you guys. But these women want guys in the top 10%, top 5%. If you're not in that area, you don't have to stay away from them. They stay away from you. That's what I'm trying to get you guys to understand. You don't need to keep trying to beat up on somebody or that ain't looking for you, and vice versa. Boy or girl?
He's a boy.
Okay. You're gonna have a lot of problems.
Really?
Yes.
Oh gosh.
Yes.
No.
I don't care how attractive you are. Your background, ma'am, is messy.
What if I don't tell anybody though?
This woman has pretty privilege, and she was really shocked when I told her she was gonna have a lot of problems. Why? Why would I gonna have any problems? You see how pretty I am? I'm 5'5", 5'6", 120 some odd pounds. I'm a 9 or a 10 in the face. I mean, I'm very feminine sounding. Everywhere I've gone, people have told me how pretty I am. Pretty women don't have problems. But she was legitimately surprised when she heard somebody in the category of man that she would want tell her, no. That's the difference. I may not be her kind of guy, but I'm in the class of men she's talking about. And the class of men she's talking about, she has no idea who they are. She just knows I want their money and their resources and their abilities. Their abilities for me to not have to work. That's what she says. People aren't stupid, especially the kind of men you're talking about you want, and it makes you a horrible person. See, a person who's gone through therapy would not say that. A person who's in a healthy mind space would not think to try to deceive somebody.
Well, no one wants to know your whole life story though. Like
we're talking, we're talking about people who, no, ma'am. So the only people we've been talking about is the kind of men that could provide for you and put you in a home and take care of you.
Mm.
But the real answer is, yes, my background is messy. No, the work's not done, but I want what I want. So, yeah. I would say the work's not done, because that's not a healthy thing to say. That's a predatory thing to say regarding another person. I'll just lie to him about my background. You gonna lie to him about your kid too?
No, I was just saying, like, just don't put it all on the table. Like,
well, you may have put it on the table on the first date, but it has to come out. See, you are who you are. Yeah. You are who you are. And the kind of men you're talking about did not get there by luck. High earning men, wealthy men, successful men didn't get there by luck. See, that's why I started at the beginning. Do you even know how much money it would take? In my video catalog, I have a video that I did years ago. It's called Pretty Rich. Are you pretty rich? And the concept is this. Some women are so pretty that they have wealth in social currency. Pretty women are rich, meaning you and I have to go work to become 1, 6, 7-figure men. If we're not athletes or entertainers, you or I have to go really, really work, provide value to the world, and then get compensated. To be a $5 million a year earning man, that makes you in the rich category. And all it takes for a woman to land one of these guys is to be pretty. Ergo, she's pretty rich. So I call women, she's pretty rich. I don't call it pretty privilege. Pretty rich is what I call it. And you don't, which is kind of troubling because I wonder how you're even living with a child. I mean, you got you got 2 years of college, an associate's degree?
Hmm.
How are you living in California?
Well, I mean, technically, I'm technically not. I just didn't want to put like where I am. So,
I
it's
don't,
like,
but I mean, are you living? Are you in your own place?
I am. Yes.
Are you paying the rent there in full yourself?
Yes, I am.
All right. And is your son? I'm going to say it one time. If you come in here and say something dumb like this last person I just banned from my channel, I won't say your name. I will just ban you outright. Simple. If you're a woman and you come in here saying, who hurt you? Your mama black. We give birth to any of the same old, you're in the wrong place. You don't know where you are. Somehow you stumbled over into a more intelligent conversation than your brain is capable of processing. That's cool. Go back and read, do the homework, get up to speed with us over here where we're at a different point in the conversation. But don't expect us to slow down where we are because you're not evolved. Provided for.
Yes.
All right. Is the father in the kid's life?
Yes.
And are you getting alimony or just child support?
Child support.
All right. So all that is a mess. Your child is young. There's not enough hotness to overcome young child from a divorcee with your background. There are other women who are as hot or hotter than you that have none of that.
Mm.
That's number one. Number two, there are other women out there who were raised to be a wife who have none of that. Now, see, that's one of the things that when you don't put she never did she said, I'm not good at math. I don't doubt that. You're pretty rich. So she never had to run the numbers, realizing that, yeah, I'm pretty, but there are other women out here just as pretty or prettier than me who don't have all this complex background and who were raised to be the wife I say I want to be. See, it's like musical chairs, but you forgot how to play musical chairs. You don't have a chair. That's why you're going to end up not having a seat when the music stops. Three, there are other women out there who at least understand what the man on the side of the table that you want to come take care of you and another man's child would have to do to make that happen. In effect, you want a fairy godfather, is what you want.
Mm-mm.
Okay, you don't like the words, but that's really what it is. Because you don't know who he is. He's just a genie. What do you do for a living? This
I'm
is
a
where it gets deep.
receptionist and I do nails on the side.
This is where it gets deep. So, for the woman who came in here, anyway, this is where it gets deep because this is where it gets real. Whether she was in California or not, she's on the West Coast where it's expensive to live. I need you guys to understand something. She is 26 years old with a 6-year-old son, and how she provides is she is a receptionist and she does nails on the side. That's important. If she were not pretty, what would life likely look like for a woman with an associate's degree on the West Coast who had a 6-year-old boy who was a receptionist and a part-time nail technician? So, you ready for this?
I don't know. I sure. I mean,
Well, a
yeah, let's hear it.
receptionist, and nails on the side. That's not enough to even provide for one person in California if that's where you live.
Mhm.
You have a child.
Mhm.
It means you can't take care of yourself.
Okay.
Is
I
that
mean, I do, but okay.
okay? How do you make enough money to take care of? Oh, did you hear that when I said, you couldn't take care of yourself? She pushed back. But I do. She actually believes, with all of the aid, subsidies, and support she gets, that she is actually capable of taking care of herself. Now, ma'am, I don't have to know you specifically, but I know one thing. You have no skills. And without child support, alimony, uh, whatever benefits you get from your ex-husband's situations, you could not afford to live and have a child self without the child support.
Yes, I do.
Okay, well, where do you live? Because this makes no sense. But go ahead.
Well, I don't want to give up my location.
I don't care, ma'am. What do you think? I've got why? You called into
Because I
it.
just.
Hold on. You called. Hold on. Let's understand. You called into my show
Oh my
to
god.
ask me
Oh my
questions
god.
that you're not paying for. Don't play with me. I don't have no need to know who you are or where you're at. It's not that
I
serious.
know.
But what I'm
I
trying to
know.
understand is whether or not you're telling me the truth. And there's holes in this story. Are you in the Bay Area? That's all I need to know.
No, I'm not. I'm in a small town.
All right, but it's still Northern California. I need you guys to pay attention. Man, I want to make this abundantly clear. This woman did not get raised by a man or a red pill father. What do we as men expect women like this to know? We can't expect them to be on the same level we are. But they exist in the world, guys. And just like I was saying on the other day, you're going to have to learn how to navigate the world with the people that are out there. She has some issues, some things that I don't like, but that does not mean she's a throwaway person. No more than guys over here who have issues are throwaway people. See, you better. I will say things as me. You better be real careful about the lack of intolerance that you just throw at people in general. That's just a personal standpoint. You can do what you want to, but extreme people tend not to have broad networks. You may feel righteous, you may feel superior, but you tend to be very small in your network.
No, it's not California. I just threw that out there. Like I mean,
All right,
okay,
so you're fucking lying to me.
I'm not lying to you. Like I
All right, you
listen
have
to your
one
shows,
chance.
people
You
don't
have
give
one
up their
chance to go ahead and
location.
tell me where you are. I don't play games, man. And she didn't think she was Don't do lying this. because she I'm was not- I'm lying not by playing omission, games. but it's lying. Tell me where you are, the area, or get off my fucking phone. Seriously, I mean, you're too old to be doing this stuff. You want my help? Let me help you. If not, go figure it out yourself.
Washington State.
See, you know why that's important? What I just said, man.
Why?
When I said your background is a mess, you said, why don't I just not tell him? You are willing to lie to a man to get what you want. You just proved it with me. I'm better at it than most men, and I'm dogged about it, and I can smell bullshit. But you are willing to lie to someone to get what you want. And I don't care where you live in Washington State. High earning women are not receptionists and nail techs. Those are women that live. People only lie or deceive, lie. I don't want to say only. People lie or deceive about things of which they're not proud of. She's not proud of what her position, her financial position, her geography. That's why it's vague. That's why when you come into these chat rooms with these weird names and hide behind avatars with all these positions, whether you're a man or a woman, but particularly women, men exactly know what it is. We don't believe you. I'm single by choice, and I'm a dime piece, but you got no avatar, right? Around the poverty level. The only way people tend to live, I mean, you're not making $40 an hour as a receptionist.
Mm-mm.
Right. So that means in order to take care of a small child, you're having to either get significant child support or some sort of assistance, or you must be living in a hovel somewhere. Either or, you're living paycheck to paycheck without the government or a man supporting you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I do. Like I said, I do nails on this side.
Right. So is his father? His father is gainfully employed. Your ex-husband, gainfully employed.
Mm-hmm.
What does he do for a career?
He's a police officer.
How come her ex-husband was a police officer? Put that over in the bucket right there. That was going to be my guess. Woo! That was going to be my. I'll tell you guys why I knew that. I'll tell you guys why I knew that later. Why didn't he have custody of the boy?
Because I do. Oh, he was in the military when we got married, and we moved to his hometown, which was not.
And if I wasn't going to be a police officer, I was going to say he was in the military. Now it all starts to make sense. Police officer, military. Shout out to Erica Williams, who was in the chat room. I didn't see her the other day. But there is an epidemic of pretty young women who end up in these military towns where there's a base, where they can live on base in an extremely. In
Washington State.
I don't care.
And when we got divorced,
I asked you what. He makes more money than you. Why didn't he have the boy?
Because he wasn't a police officer when we got divorced.
But he is now. And he makes more money than you. And he has benefits. Why doesn't he have the boy?
Because he has 2 other children.
What the fuck? What does that have to do with anything? Why doesn't he have his son? He's the more stable. He has benefits. It would make it easier for you to get what you want.
Yeah, but I guess I just like being a mother.
No, that's not it. I just like being a mother. No. Everyone, required reading. Go look up a book called Promises I Can Keep. And there's some extension to the why women choose to be a mother versus being a wife. Something like that. Promises I Can Keep. Somebody find the link in the one of the moderators put the link in the description. He's a check. You may love being a mother, but you cannot raise a man. You never even saw a man. You obviously don't. Hold on. You obviously don't pick well. You have not made the best choices for your life. And you think you're going to be able to help a boy become a man? Promises I Can Keep. Why Poor Women Put Motherhood Before Marriage by Catherine Eaton and Maria Calafas, whatever. And you're the only one leading you? No one else is leading you. Ma'am, this is problematic at best. Boys need their fathers. But as a woman who did not have a father, it doesn't surprise me that you just think guys are just genies. And no disrespect, but I feel like I'm talking to like a teenager. at some levels. So I'm gonna tell you, the boy would be better off with his father. I don't know why the man didn't petition for custody of his child. I want to ask a question right here. I need all the women to answer yes or no. Not the men. I need women to answer the question yes or no. I said the boy would be better off with his father. Ladies, do you believe that the boy would be better off with his father? Yes or no? And if it's no, why? Again, he's a police officer. He has benefits. He's a former military man. He has benefits. She's a nail tech and a receptionist. He's 10, 11 years older than her. The boy is 6. Would he be better off with his father? And she becomes the non custodial parent. Yes or no? And if no, why? Because you can't care for him. You're a nail technician and a receptionist. It will be better for you to give the son over to his father and you pay child support and let him be raised by a man who has a career and benefits. You get yourself together and give yourself the best shot to date. Because I'm going to let you guys know, don't type in all caps. The system's going to time you out. Type like you got sense. High value men with money, you'll be a side chick. They will have sex with you. They'll tell you things. But ma'am, you are a bad. BAP says no, maybe when he turns 12 or something. I want everybody, I want to bring that up later on. I want to know why you think at 12 years old. Yeah, I need to see who else said that. Investment. Just from a practical standpoint, the fact that you have a child and all these other loose ends. And then you mix in if the abuse thing is real, which I don't have any reason to doubt, but the deception you've played around here is how you move through the world. Men aren't suckers, man, especially successful ones. Last question about your son. If this is how you think about men, what do you think that's going to do to his view of manhood?
If what is how I think about men?
Well, you've not really said anything positive about us. I mean, you want to lie
Nothing
to us.
positive.
Yeah, it's not come across as a positive situation. I mean, you were married. Do you think you're the best? Do you think he's going to become a better man under you than under his father?
My son?
Uh-huh.
I think so. I really do. I do. I try to give.
I want you guys to understand something. I want to move this woman to the side. This is not about her in particular. The mindset of women and a world who tells them that just because of your gender and because you carried a child, that you are naturally the best person to raise a child into adulthood, when you can be an 18-year-old girl who has a baby at 19 with her husband, and you have an associate's degree in art, and you are a receptionist and nail tech, but you truly believe that you can manifest this boy into being a competent, functioning man. She really, really believes this. The problem is, if she is wrong, he suffers. You can't just make this stuff up as you go. We're talking about a human being. You know, all the fuck boys, lames, losers, the dusty beta male coons, the weak, ineffectual dudes that ain't out here protecting you and all this other kind of stuff. Where do you ladies think they come from? This is what men have been trying to tell you, that they come from mothers like, they come from single mothers who have the best of intentions, but they lack the ability. Then they are the men that get out and you have to try to mate and date with. So stop asking every man, does he hate women, when he tells you about these facts. You've seen it right here in front of you. How else do you need it to be said that this boy only has his mother and his mother has no one? She's unskilled. She's poor. But she's pretty. And she thinks that she can raise a boy into a healthy, functioning alpha male who's a provider and a protector enough to be with your daughter. Sis, this woman's son is the one that's going to be with your daughter. You want to go to the West Coast, to Washington? You want information? You want to go ahead and let your daughter start be betrothed to her boy right now? You want to go ahead and arrange that marriage? You wouldn't have any thought. There's no way in heck you would give your child over or tell your daughter, yeah, go out and be with this man. So knock it off. When you keep thinking because you have a womb that makes you a better parent, especially to a boy. But do you know this? Do you know the data on the matter?
The data. I mean, I understand that, it's just single moms in general is not ideal.
No, it's not. It's beyond not ideal.
Yeah.
I'm assuming you're black.
Mm-hmm.
Is his father black?
I'm sorry, what did you
Is
say?
his father black?
Yes.
Okay. Go look up the statistic for single mother raised black boys.
I will do that.
Well, all you have to do, you don't have to go that far. I'll tell you. They're at the bottom of the barrel, reading at a 4th grade level. Single mother raised black boys are in some of the most precarious positions of any person on this planet. And man, no amount of love is going to overcome that reality. And if you truly, truly love your boys, give them to their fathers. That's love. So many black people are Christians. Remember King Solomon? King Solomon, 2 women standing before me, both claiming the child as theirs. King Solomon orders the child to be brought in, tells his guard, take a scimitar, split the child in half, give half to one mother, half to another. And the mother says, no, 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 no. The woman says, no, 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 no. Do not do that. Give the boy to her, but don't kill him. What did King Solomon do? He said, that is the child's mother. Because he was wise enough to know that a mother would rather give her child up than sentence him to death. George Floyd, dude in Atlanta right now, Tamir Rice. And the list goes on and on and on and on and on and on and on. You are sentencing your boys to death. But if you truly love them like you say you do, due respect, you have 2 years of college and just a job, and he would be in a better position. Is his father active in his life? Like, does he see him every other weekend? I mean, is he, or do you just have custody and he's getting, you just have full custody and you getting a check?
No, we do like he has visitation because we don't live in the same state.
Uh-oh.
So, it's like the holiday thing, summer.
But you lived in the same state when you were married. We get visitation because we don't live in the same state. Did you hear that? We get visitation because we don't live in the same state. But she was married, and it gets even deeper.
And then I moved.
Why'd you move away from the? This happens all the time too. I'm not going to speak specifically about this person, but I'm going to say this happens all the time. Woman is with the man, married or not married. Everything is okay, but when the relationship is over, you take the child like he's your property. And you move him away and make the father uncle, dad at best. And then at 12 years old, when he's too big for you to handle, you're looking for the community or the world or dad to come in and fix it. Father.
I didn't want to, but it was because my family was in Washington.
Let's stop right there, man. Let's stop. I didn't want a divorce. You were a divorce fairy made it. I don't want to hear shit about the family. Your family is now your husband and your child. Who filed for the divorce?
I did.
Why?
Because he had a child.
Excuse me?
Yes.
I want you to hear this. You got a divorce, but I didn't want to. My family, this is a married woman and a mother who's going to say the divorce that she chose to file, she didn't want. Now, the reason is going to give, the reason that she gives is going to split the audience. But it doesn't change the outcome.
I'm pregnant.
During the marriage?
Yeah.
You got another woman pregnant while married. Keep going.
So I filed for a divorce.
And are you better off now than you were when you were married?
I am, yes.
Financially? Woo! Are you better off now than you were when you were married? I asked that question that way because I wanted her to answer from her gut. And her gut was she was thinking about herself first.
Yeah.
And are you better off now than you were when you were married?
I am, yes.
Financially? I am, yes. Yes, she is. Yes, she is. Not the child. And the topic of the video is the same. Women, high value men avoid. The b.simone manifest response. Because this woman at the beginning wanted to just manifest this man.
Yes, I would say so.
No, ma'am. The numbers are real clear. So your husband had an affair and got someone pregnant, right?
Right.
So you filed for divorce.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And what state is your husband in, or ex-husband?
Oklahoma.
Welcome, Oklahoma. And I'm from there. And you're in Washington State, right? Our ex-husband's in Oklahoma, where I'm from. Oklahoma, just get your map out and understand how far away she moved. She didn't move to go to the University of Washington. She didn't go to be a junior junior attorney at a prestigious firm on the West Coast. She moved to Washington to be a receptionist and a nail tech. Yet she's wondering if her standards are keeping her from finding a rich man. And she can think this because she's pretty. I'm still on task.
Yeah.
So that's at least a 4-hour flight.
Mm.
How often does your son see his father?
Thanksgiving, summertime.
Does he have full
And
summers?
yes.
So,
And
so he sees his son during the summertime.
yeah,
And then the remainder of the year he's with you.
that's correct.
And you took his son
We're
away
almost
from
there.
him.
We're almost done.
For what?
You
saying something about your family. What about it?
They were in the state.
He not only cheated, he got someone pregnant. It says BAP and he certainly did. And what, BAP? That means you divorce him and move halfway across the country. And women like you want black women like this wonder why you can't be with men. Other groups of women know better. We're gonna get into
Washington, but yeah.
No, that's not an answer. You were in Oklahoma.
I didn't want to get divorced. I didn't want to leave.
You filed for divorce, ma'am. What do you think happened? The divorce fairy made you do it? Ma'am, you were in Oklahoma. You filed for divorce and you went to Washington. Why did you move to Washington?
Because that's where my support was at the time.
Right. Your family
support.
Your support.
Right.
So Oklahoma's cheaper than the state of Washington. Number one. And this doesn't sound like your family is that strong or stable. So you moved and now are you getting a lot of help from your mother? Because there's no father.
No, I actually, my adoptive mom, she doesn't talk to me anymore. None of my.
So you're in Washington by yourself?
Yeah, no, I am.
And I need you guys to understand something. This person is in charge of a child. She's in charge of making the decisions for a life that relies on her to make good decisions. High value men don't just buy. Because a lot of you women think high value men just want pretty women. No, they're not dumb. And pretty ain't gonna be enough. All right.
But
so listen, ma'am. This is why I say this is a mess. Everything you've told me continues to unravel. Here's what it is. Your husband committed adultery. It hurt. You decided to make an emotional decision. You filed for divorce. And you punished him and did what was good for you, so you thought, and you took his child from him. And you made him become a part-time father, and you making your son suffer that. Only seeing his father in the summertime. And what do you have to show for it? A job as a nail tech and a receptionist and nothing else. This is bad. That's why I said I don't need to know all the ins and outs, but he would be better off with his father in Oklahoma than with you. You've made all these decisions, ma'am, outside of your husband having an affair. But then you turn around and say you didn't want to file for divorce. You didn't want to divorce your husband, but you did.
Mm-hmm. When I say I didn't want to, it was more like I wanted to and I did, but it wasn't like I wanted a family, but I just can't get.
But you ended it.
But
you ended your family.
And I don't necessarily regret that because he wasn't,
Of course not. Because you have no idea what a family is, ma'am. And this is why I said, ma'am, I feel like I'm talking to a teenage girl. I didn't want to file. I didn't want. Listen, it's not an insult, man. Go look at what the women are typing in the chat room when this show's over. If I'm off, they'll tell you. But what you're
No,
saying,
I understand what you're saying.
I get it. But
I'm
so
getting
you've had a complex upbringing. You're under no one's leadership. There's no one helping you. Nothing. And you're on a coast by yourself, raising the most. Danny Lou Vibes asks, so what does this say about her treatment from her husband? Her emotional and mental state. I get that this is something they could have talked through, but does the husband get any fault in her decision? No. He doesn't. Welcome to the world of accountability. Her husband doesn't get any fault in her decision. This is something women in general, in particular, are going to have to start. The world is going to hold you accountable. That's like my body, my choice. But only one person decides if a life is born. That's the woman. And we're fast getting to a place where you want ERA? You want the equality? Great. You better, ERA is going to mean one thing: financial abortions for men. So you are going to see a world to where, all right, you get pregnant, you marry before you carry, you do all those things instead of taking precautions and using the 33 forms of birth control and all of the things out there. You're going to marry, you're not going to have any more check babies. ERA is going to make you and me equal, period, in the Constitution, which means you decide to have a child, I can decide to financially abort. I meaning men. Can she take care of herself right now? No. This woman is getting all sorts of subsidies and benefits by being involved with a former military man and a police officer. We're going to get into it, but no. And guess what? It's all her decision because she didn't have to do it. Vulnerable type boy there is in this country. Oh, Dave, why am I losing you now? What's to be lost? What's to be lost? That she had a decision to make and she made it? How does anyone else have a part in your decision? You don't get to choose what happens to you. You get to choose what you do about it. And that's 100% your choice. If I'm dealing with adults, that really should not be that should go without question. That's what I'm trying to get you to understand. You can barely take care of you. Let me also say this. If you weren't as attractive as you are, would you be able to make some of the moves you do?
Like what moves?
Well, I don't know when I'll go there. Scratch that.
I mean, I would say I have the privilege, they talk about.
You have pretty privilege. That's what you have.
Yeah.
So people do shit for you that they wouldn't do for an unattractive woman, but that shit runs out.
I understand.
So all right, we're gonna have to take a quick break right here. We're gonna need to get the likes up to over 850. We got almost 1,300 people in here watching. Let's get it up because we got the rest of the show. We got the call-ins. We got a lot of stuff coming. Understand this. I talked to this woman. I gave her my best advice. I gave her my opinion. I would tell you this though, but at the end of the day, when you decide to become a wife, a mother, you have to make a decision, just like a man who decides to take on a wife and has a child. It's no longer about you. It's no longer about the kid. It is about what you decided to do. Get it up. Come on, let's get the likes up, people. Over 850. Call-ins will be coming in just a second. Let me see. This isn't really about the wall, man. This isn't about the wall. What up, Jeremy? Let's get into it. Good. Let's keep it going.
Let me
Check the lights back.
Let's get it.
The
moment you said I do, you became a wife. Put up the little girl, put everything else. You made an oath and you decided to break that oath. You decided to break it. Your husband cheated on you. He broke his vow. You broke your covenant. You broke your covenant with God with your man. That's what you chose to do. If you're a Christian, the whole curse thing, that you're living more under that than your ex.
If we don't get the likes up to over 800, I'm gonna shut it down.
From him. You didn't do it for his son's benefit. You did it for you. Ma'am, you're selfish. Everything you've been saying is about you and what you want. And that's why I said you still need to be in therapy. There's a lot of work that needs to be done. And you don't need to be parenting this boy by yourself. He's the one that's going to suffer.
Okay.
That's why I say, why not just send him back to his father? But unfortunately, women like you feel like doing that is like a failure, or if I don't have this, I have nothing. It's not a puppy. He's a boy.
Ladies, if you were ladies, mothers, do you feel like giving custody to the father is an admission is like losing, an admission that you're not a good parent, an admission that you can't do it? Do you feel like giving the child over to the father makes you a bad mother? People are going to look down upon you. What's the deal, ladies? Only the women. Pick whatever it is, but if you can see all the stats, the data, and the statistics, but you still can't give the child over, and you say you love him, why? I know
I understand.
And you would be better off by sending him to his father, because you'd have your son would have a fighting chance. Right now, man, you can't provide.
Yeah, I know.
Is your ex-husband remarried?
He's not remarried, but he does have a girlfriend, and they do have 2 other children.
I don't care about the other children, ma'am. I really don't. All I care about is your ex-husband remarried.
Let me go ahead and say why I don't care about the other children. I don't. I really don't. Because at the end of the day, all this shit's messy. It's all messy. He's a mess. She's a mess. They got married. He was 11 years older. He married a woman that had no clue. He knew her background. He cheated on her, had an adulterous affair, got a woman pregnant. That's some trash crap. She filed for divorce, took the kid to Washington. Now he's got 2 more kids. It's all a mess. But I don't care about the adults. Talking about a cop who was a military guy. And one thing I do know is it's better to try to a village to raise a child, right? So we always talk about, especially with us, village to raise a child, and go make the damn village. Because him or her, don't nobody need to be dealing with him. They're all a mess. They need to be dealing with each other. You don't want to date him. And Blake Henry and them don't want to date her.
No.
Is your ex-husband, are you guys on a reasonable page?
Well, we kind of are.
Okay.
So this has really helped me.
Listen what I'm asking you. I don't care about who he fucked and however many kids he has. Get over it. Really, get over it. You have a husband, and he's still tolerating this shit. Oftentimes it's best for men and women, husband and wife, to reconcile. Because let me tell you why. Men like me, there's no way in heck guys like me would take a woman like you seriously.
Let me explain something to you. You women know you don't want to deal with a man who has children. If you can have a competent man, a high value man, you can find your Boaz and this one has children and this one has no children, you know you want the one with no children 10 times out of 10. Let's knock it off. And the same thing, if a man can find his Ruth, this one has children, this one doesn't, he wants that one. So the people with no children need to be dealing with each other, but the people with children, they need to, you're not a baby mama. You're a broken family is what you are. Not a baby mom. You're not a single mother. You broke a home. Go back to the man you decided to reproduce with because you chose to have a baby with him. Y'all need to go work it out. Nobody can do it at a shotgun, but y'all need to figure it out because don't nobody want to deal with either one of y'all. He need to stop making babies all over the place, and you need to go back with the man you made a baby with. If he got more than one kid, then if he got 3 baby mamas, he need to pick one. And the other 2 need to become sister wives. Real talk. That's how most of the world feels about this. That's why if you don't like the way the world looks at it, see, most people won't tell the truth. But that's how my boys, my guys, my clients, this is what they say, man. I don't care how fine she is. She'll be a side chick, but I never take her seriously. She need to go back with the dude she had the baby with. I'm not gonna work my ass off to become a successful man and then open my home up and my resources to another man's child. Oh no. It's not though you're not a beautiful woman, but it's too complicated. It's just far too complicated. You have a marriage and a child. When you decide to get married, you decide to put up the girly things. When you decide to have the child, life became about that boy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Jessica Loves Pink. Sister Wives. Wow. What do you think it's called? Jessica Loves Pink. If you and 2 other women have children with a man, you're already in a de facto poly relationship because you're probably still sleeping with him, and so are they. If he decides to put a ring on your finger, you're still gonna have to deal with those other children. Those children are brothers and sisters to your kid. What do you think you're gonna hate those women? See, you chose to do this. So you chose to get involved in a poly relationship with multiple children. Go on over there. And let the people who want to do the traditional nuclear stuff over here. But stop bringing that garbage over here. You can resolve with your ex. That would be the more likely scenario. I know there'll be some women saying, "No, don't do that. He cheated on her." You've been married. You got a kid. Don't listen to people who ain't been in this fight. Loyal Pendleton says, "Do I think financial abortion is coming? If ERA passes, it'll be unconstitutional."
Mm-hmm.
Because what's the alternative? Can you really see a life in Washington, D.C. where you have a job? Let me go ahead and listen. Wow, that's harsh, sir. I'm sorry. I'm assuming I'm dealing with adults. What words would you prefer? What word would you prefer for a woman who decides to have a baby before marriage, who had a baby with a man who had other children with women he wasn't married to? What words would you prefer to make it less harsh? And who are you concerned about? The feelings of the people or the children? So you soy boy, noodle back kind of people who worry about the words. We're talking about, in this case, black boys who are reading at a 4th grade level, who are getting shot dead in the streets. Ain't that harsh? Maybe harsh would save the next George Floyd. Stop worrying about the words and start worrying about the outcomes. A career that you can provide well for you and your son.
Washington State.
Washington State.
I do.
What kind of skills do you have?
Just basic skills.
Clerical skills. You're an unskilled labor.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not trying to be funny, ma'am. You are unskilled labor. You don't have a college degree.
Unskilled. Just like.
You're unskilled.
I do. I have an associate's degree. I have my associate's.
An associate's in what?
associates in arts. It's just like it's the one you get before you go towards a 4-year.
Right. It's
but
an
I didn't
associate,
do
an
that.
associate's degree, and there's associates in arts.
Yes.
Okay. And ma'am, what does an associate in arts command on the free employment market?
Well, I mean, if I wanted to, I could probably get a job in like social work, or not being a social worker, but working with, people like that. Um,
You saying you can get a job as a social worker with an associate's in art?
kind of like a peer counselor,
Oh,
because I did do a
okay.
lot of work.
And how
like,
much money do
growing up.
those people make?
Not a lot, and it's not worth it to me. Not a lot of money.
When I said she was an unskilled laborer, she kind of wanted to get offended. But then she talked, and I let her talk. No, I got an associate's degree. You know, the degree before you get the 4-year one? Yeah, and what is that in? It's in art. Okay, and what could you use it for? Well, what could you get on the open labor market? What does the world say that's worth? Well, I can get a job as a social worker or account or something like that. All right, I'll accept it. And how much money do those people make? Not a lot. And I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. But yet you have the degree. Manifest. Manifest. That's this manifest mentality. I'm pretty. Let me manifest. Need someone on my mind level. Understands what I'm going through. You think I'm ahead of the curve? Oh, I forgot. You just new here. Wait for it. So, man, when I said you're an unskilled worker, why did that offend you when you have a degree that won't even allow you to get an okay job? Ma'am.
I guess because
Sarah. See, words mean something over here. So I'm going to go ahead and put you on the center screen. Everybody stop and let's look at Sarah. So why Sarah blurred out her face. This is sadistic. I need the women to explain something to Sarah and then other women. What's sadistic about an interview that happened? You know, honestly, women like you, Sarah, in my opinion, you're the worst kind of women. You're a danger to other women. Women like you, Sarah, are the true enemy. In my personal opinion, you are. Because you don't want anything to be said about anything. There's no standards, there's no rules, there's no nothing. Just don't say nothing. Let it go on. Let these women let everything happen. Let her have babies left and right that you ain't paying for, you ain't taking care of. But you'd rather just go on and go on and go on and let women like this who are looking for answers, who are looking for help, you rather them, no, don't say nothing. Don't say nothing. Ladies, it's my position that women like Sarah are your true enemy. That's why she blurred her face out. So, Sarah, I feel you. You should be leaving. You should say nothing else in my chat room. You should want to leave an environment that you think is sadistic. But I bet you can't.
I don't know.
It's because it's true. You have no science, engineering, technology, and math. And there she goes. Accounting, what did I say, guys? Medicine, law. Those are careers. You have basically what accounts to a high school diploma plus.
Yeah.
There she goes, guys. There she goes. She couldn't resist, could she? She couldn't resist. All you have to do is, ladies, I need you to understand, you need to get the Sarahs out of your life. These are the women that keep you confused. Because she needs, what did Sarah say she needs? She needs personal counseling and training. What the hell do you think she got, Sarah? She liked what I told her. You can't handle it, snowflake. Because at the end of the day, you know it's true.
You know it's true. And that's why you drug yourself over here. And that's why you're in a man's space trying to tell men how to do what they need to do. I'll tell you what, Sarah, I would love to have you on the show and tell me how to do what I do, but I want to hear from your husband too. I want to hear from both of you. So you and your husband are more than welcome to get on the show when I open up the call line. Mrs. Sarah, I don't know how to pronounce your name, but I'm sure you're married. Skilled labor.
Oh gosh. Wow.
Why is that? Okay. Listen and hear. You have no skills. That's why you are a receptionist. What is it required? What skills are required to be a receptionist?
Answering phones, being organized.
Right. Basic clerical skills. Stuff that's not changed since the 1910s. I'm gonna address this number. Keep on going, Sarah. What do you? I don't like everybody roasting. I don't give it. I'm the one doing the show. Follow the bouncing ball and focus on what's important. Now, thank you to be quiet. And you don't even have to type or file anymore. You are a woman, 26 years old, completely completely without anyone covering you. No one's covering you. No one's protecting for you, providing, teaching. You're out here making it up as you go, and that's fine, but it's not because you got a little boy. He suffers all your mistakes times 10. And you're talking as though just because you have the power of wish and sunshine that you can make it happen. And no, ma'am, you can't. 4 million people have applied for unemployment insurance since COVID. And you honestly think you're going to be able to get a job when people who have actual skills are losing their jobs in this new market? You're too naive to even know what you don't know. And you have a boy. Did you hear what I just said? Did that make sense?
It makes perfect sense. It really, really does. And I think the reason why I'm just kind of like not thinking I'm just like okay is because I just kind of I am like I do nails on the side, so I do have a little bit of like a side hustle, and I want to like have my own.
This phone call was the first time someone was ever able to talk to her in a way she could understand and put it in perspective to how vulnerable and how out there she was. And what you're hearing is a woman she's having a cognitive break. She had a vision of herself that it's not as bad as that. It's not that. It's not that. I know there's something wrong, but I got a side. I mean, I'm a receptionist and I got a business, and it's really not what you're saying it is, and it's not what the world is telling me it is. It's not what I can feel it is. But yet she called in because she knew there was something wrong, and she's about to have a snap. Cognitive break.
Like little business where I earn my own income and I don't work for anyone because it's just like that's just how I am. I'm just a little bit, but I do.
I want to own my own business so I can earn my own little bit of income because that's just how I am. And women like that, fine, but you are a mother now. If you want to live this flighty bohemian way or whatever. So to the women like Sarah, if you call what I'm saying and people are maybe harshly saying in the chat room sadistic, what do you call what she's actually doing to this boy? Not her in particular, but women like this. Because that's the point. I want you to, do you think women like her are in the small minority? Or do you think there are, quite a few women out there like this?
I'll tell you, as a man who dates women, this woman is far too common, especially in and around military towns. Far too common. She is normal. This is the woman who came along and said, well, why don't I just lie? Why don't I just hide my past? What do you call that, Sarah?
Care of my business. I do handle my business and things like that. So it's like I understand what you're saying, and I know I sound like a 12-year-old.
Yes, ma'am, you
but
do.
I'm not that.
No, ma'am, because if you just said, I know I do nails on the side, understand something. Filipino, Vietnamese women who don't speak English come to this country and do that. It doesn't require a lot of skill to do that. You are effectively a day laborer. And you want that job that you like doing because it makes you cash. And you can feel like you make money every day because it's cash. That's why a lot of women like you wait tables. Because if you didn't do this, your options would be the strip club or prostitution. Now, I want to ask you a question, Sarah, and to the women who think that this is harsh or whatever. I want you to ask yourself a question. Do you think I'm trying to help this woman? She called in for my help, my advice. Unsolicited. I don't know who she is. And this has been going on for over an hour. I want the women who think this is a problem. Am I making fun of her? Am I calling her out of her name? Have I cursed at her? Or have I tried to ask her questions about her situation and give her my best advice that she did not pay for? I want to hear from you, Sarah. I want to hear from all you women. I'm going to get real with you. Those are your options. Because what you want to do, no one's going to listen, ma'am. What you want to do, no one's going to hire you for. You want to make being a nail tech a career. It's a job that you can do in any podunk town in Oak. You can go to Walmart and be a nail technician, ma'am. They got a little salon there in Walmart. You ain't gonna make $75,000 a year as a part-time nail tech.
Mm-hmm.
You have no skills. You have no plans. And at this point, ma'am, you're dangerous to yourself because you're talking about, well, I like to just have my own little side hustle to where I can possibly flip this into a job and making my own business because that's just how I am. Yes, you're a free spirit, unstructured woman who needs a strong man to take care of you because you. All right. That probably is going to piss a lot of you women off, but I need you to answer a question. This woman is everything I said. She's free-spirited, unstructured, with no plans. And she is now an ex-wife with a child. Do women like this have the ability to become middle income? Do women like this have the ability to even become middle class on their own? I mean, can she really take care of her son? Or does she truly need a man to take care of her? That's going to bother some of you women. But she's proven that she can't. She doesn't even think about it. She's done none of the research. She's just raising a boy, just whatever. And when are some of you ladies going to understand that men are far more than just a wallet and a penis? We've so devalued manhood and what we are to where you have put men into very narrow boxes. It's either sex or money. And that is far more to being a man than those two things. Like it or not, women like her
need men. Strong provider, protector men, because they are incapable of taking care of themselves. And she's a mother now. She can't afford to keep making this stuff up. She's got a boy to take care of. You are incapable of doing it for yourself. If no one's told you, I'm going to tell you. You're incapable of taking care of yourself. You sound like a teenager. And the problem is you have a boy who's what, 2? 3?
No, he's 6.
6?
Mhm.
So he's at the 6 years old, at the age where he's about to
6.
start getting into a lot of trouble.
Yes.
When we go back to school, don't be surprised if you start seeing a little hellion with disciplinary problems. These are the boys that get put out of school.
The advice about, his father. I think a lot of the things that you said is true. I don't want to be a selfish parent, and I have this pandemic. I have been a little bit struggling and things like that.
Now, this is where she actually started to get choked up. Because the reality of it started to set in, because I took the time to try to talk to her. And it took a long time for me to ask her questions about her wants and desires and her situation, to tear down her walls, to peel back that onion, hold up the mirror to where she could honestly finally start to see it. And she kept trying to wiggle, and finally she just had to sit there and say, and that's hard. How can a man who hates women do that? So what's wrong with some of you women? You come over to these men's channels. What man who hates women would do all this? She didn't pay me. $949 an hour is my hourly rate. Did she pay me? She's no longer in counseling. The world is perfectly fine to let women like her, black women like her, continue to go out there and be unprotected. And the world is perfectly fine with letting black mothers like her with black boys get out there and continue to make fodder, straw for the bricks that are the private prison system. You know, all the stuff, Black Lives Matter and all that stuff. Yeah, they're perfectly fine with letting this stuff stay the way. Perfectly fine with women like so many black women who your white, Asian, Hispanic, and Middle Eastern counterparts have husbands. But you're 27, 33 years old, unmarried, no prospects, and going to die alone, while other women who are just as, you got white feminists who have husbands. You got black women who won't even claim feminism, but you act more virulent feminist than most. Why does every other group of women, when it gets right down to it, choose to be with a man? When it gets right down to it, you just choose to what? At least she's trying to figure it out. What are you doing? What would you tell a woman like this who does not want to be single, since you're single by choice? You're single by choice. What would you tell her?
That, and I did kind of consider myself like, I don't necessarily want to be a failure, but I don't want to be selfish. So I'm gonna really take.
I don't want to be selfish. I didn't consider myself to be like that, but I don't want to be selfish. Well, she's trying to figure it out. Sorry. When you look at the truth and you decide to stick your head in the sand like an ostrich and hope it goes away, that's the only way to fail.
Okay.
Is to make an emotional decision versus just saying, you know what? It's not ideal. Oklahoma, Washington, look, it'll be better for you to be in the same state with your ex-husband, because at least you'd have some help and at least cost of living is lower, uh, trust me, you'd be better off there. Uh, so I'm gonna leave it there. Keep in contact. Let me know how it goes, though. But you really need to take into consideration. I don't think you understand what's about to happen with this economic market. They're not. The jobs just aren't there, ma'am. It's not what it was in February. The world has forever changed, and we haven't even scratched the surface of what happened. All right. So for the end of that video, go onto my channel and check it out. Shout out to the caller. I would love to, get feedback from her. And honestly, ma'am, you should join my group, The Mix. There are a lot, yeah. Moderators, put my private group on Facebook in the chat room. I vet every member, so not everybody's getting over there. We're not gonna have any of this crazy conversation. But anyway, let's round it back in. That was long, but I wanted everybody to hear it in case you didn't see the video. Now, Erica Williams, someone that comes over to the channel often, did a video response to my video yesterday. And she basically in the chat room said that, I see these kind of women all too often. I knew when that woman said she was young and married and pretty, I knew that her husband either had to be a police officer or the military. And Erica Williams did a video talk about pretty young women, pretty young military wives. Go check out her channel. But let me tell you, shout out to Nomadic Crier. Appreciate it, fam. Let me tell you the kind of women high value men avoid. The kind of women high value men avoid. Give me 30 seconds. I need to grab me something to drink, and we're going to continue to cook on this.
In this moment, yes, I cannot say what's wrong or right. No, it's not hard to fool me. No, 'cause I'm addicted to the good life. Yes, yeah. Lead the way, I follow. No need to say. Where we are heading now, babe, I follow to the edge of it all, to the edge of it all. So tell your good night, 'cause I'll find no better one, yeah.
I love my Red Bull.
Before the moment flies. So
All right, we're back. The kind of women that high value men avoid like the plague. First off, high value men are guys that I call Henrys. High earners, not rich yet. We're talking about money. The guys who are basically in the top 10 cities around the country, guys who are making at least $350,000 a year. I mean, let's be real. The kind of men that can afford to put you in a BMW and 3 kids and all that kind of stuff. What are these kind of men? What are the kind of women these guys avoid? Well, number one, these guys have their pick of the litter. So the women that are on the list are 8s, 7, 8s, 9s in the face, 8s, 9s, and 10s in the body. All right. But here are the women that put up a red flag for these kinds of men. The women who went to college. There are 2 kinds of women that send up a major red flag with these guys. Psychology majors or attorneys. Blake Henry, they avoid these women like the plague. Or they'll kick it with them. And we're talking about who do they avoid? I mean, who they don't marry. That's what it is. They don't marry these women. Psych chicks, lawyers. Psych chicks, lawyers. The next are in the blue collar professions. Police women, cops, or military, any branch. These women are avoided like the plague. Come on, guys. Henry, Henry, let's talk about it. And then on the bohemian side, you didn't go to college. You didn't go necessarily go get a blue collar kind of job. What did you do? You went and they avoid actresses, singers. Why? Because they all tend to have creatives, bohemians. Why? Because they all tend to have the same positions. Nail techs, hairstylists, and massage therapists. Let's run down that list again. College women. You're a psychology chick. You're going to law school. You're going to be single. Single AF. Am I going to marry you? You think somebody wanted to go through a divorce with an attorney? Come on, man. You think somebody wants to go home and be psychoanalyzed by a psychology? No. And the other two, the blue collar ones, oh my God, cops and military women. Why? Because the assumption is, one, you got an extreme high body count. Because you've been getting it in the backseat of that squad car or on deployment. Look, man, the stories about military women and police and law officers are legendary. Also, it has everything to do with the kind of men you deal with. Women in law enforcement tend to deal with men in law enforcement. That's a different mindset. Women in the military deal with men in the military, a different mindset. Base heads, as some people call them, base heads, the military base heads. Now, and let me tell you what, and how do they look at these women? Military divorced wife with a kid. How can she afford this place to live on? She afforded to live on this because she lived in a military base on Washington. Where do guys go to find women like this? Y'all all get mad when guys talk about pump and dump and this and that, because we're talking about women who tend to be cute or pretty. Let's get into it. I have a thing called the eternal sevens. The eternal sevens are the women that tend to be the most problematic. See, the 8s, 9s, and 10s, they get married early on. 8s, 9s, and 10s get married early on. They get married by age 23, 25. The 8s, 9s, and 10s are the girls that get into VIP for free. They bona fide. They get snapped up like that, especially if they're feminine, beautiful, inspirational, cooperative, submission. Then what ends up happening? A woman who's a 6 or a 7, like a b.simone, no insult intended, she's cute. She ain't fine, she's cute. b.simone, Jill Scott, like that in the face. All of a sudden, when the 8s, 9s, and 10s are gone, the 6s and 7s automatically get all the 8, 9, and 10 shine because the 8s, 9s, and 10s are simply gone. It's not as though those women actually got better. The other women are just gone. And when you get all of that attention, that when you saw your friends who were 8, 9, and 10, and you were 6 or 7, and they're gone, now you're getting 8, 9, and 10 attention, you feel like the woman. And you start to overinflate your SMV, your actual value. So like a b.simone, no offense, you start to actually feel like you should get a man who's the master of the universe. Especially if you're an attorney or a psych chick, you got a college degree or something like that, advanced degrees, all that other kind of stuff. You can throw advanced degrees, a master's, a PhD, that all goes in with law. in psychology. All that stuff, high value men avoid. Because these women overvalue themselves from an educational standpoint, from an income standpoint, and most problematically from a look standpoint. And these Henrys, they're not going. They know what they're worth. You too much of a headache. Now, Blake Henrys tend to deal with the college chicks. And if chicks bothers you, girls bothers you, you're in the wrong place. White collar men tend to deal with white collar women. Blue Henrys on the opposite side tend to deal with kicking with the police officers and military women. Don't marry him. Again, still this 6s and 7s, but you don't see many women in the military who are just obese. You have to be in some semblance of shape. You don't get to wear a lot of makeup so they can see what you look like. Tend to have your hair pulled back in a bun or something. So guys can pretty well see what you're working with. But you got them butch uniforms on, and dudes is like, there's nothing worse than seeing a pretty woman in fatigues. Trust me. I've kicked it with many of them. I'm like, dang, you cannot wear that shit to my house. Do not even wear that stuff in my neighborhood. If I'm gonna put up road signs and motion cameras, if I see you in my subdivision in fatigues or uniform, I'm going to have my drone shoot your tires out. You leave that. I'm going to leave a laundry bag in the turn in at the gate to the entrance of my subdivision. You put that shit in there. I got a little lock box outside. It's got some red bottoms, a little black dress. It's got a bottle of Maison Francis Kirkjean a la Rose. I'll take care of all that. You're going to put your shit in there, and you're going to put this on. Guerlain, tuberose, hey, care who else? When you coming in here, them fatigues go over there. You can get your property back once you leave my premises. Not just my premises, my subdivision. I got a fucking reputation, them hoe. You walk around in here with no bars on your... Get out of here. Not gonna happen. Not gonna happen. Looking like you work security up in this mother. No way. I'm gonna take you walking through with some fucking timber. I don't even wear Timberlands. You think you're gonna wear some Timberlands around here? My work boots say Christian Louboutin. Your work boots have to look at least this good. Okay? Can't wear them bullshits around Blake, Henry, and them. They're not going to have that. They got a reputation to uphold. Now, Blue and them, they might. But Blue and them ain't going to do that either because they see that stuff all the time on the work site. They don't want that to come home with. I mean, they'll kick it with you. They'll go to your house. But they don't want to marry that. They don't want to LTR that. And certainly, the worst ones are the bohemian, the creatives, the nail techs, massage therapists, and hairstylists. Those are the women that will tear your stuff up. They'll put out your windows, key your car, because they're this non-traditional, flighty kind of, they're the one with the crazy sex. And how do we spot these women? Because they tend to be pretty. All these women are cute or pretty. And the last caller fit that last category. I'm going to let the military guys speak to this one because I'm not a military guy. But women who hang around military bases at a young age, this is not a new story. Young girls marrying the military money, having a military baby, and getting military benefits. When I went to Hawaii, my ex-wife had a cousin that lived there. Beautiful. She lived in military housing. It's the only way she could live on the Big Island. Because how do I know? Because I actually thought about relocating to Hawaii. I was that close to moving there. And I know the kind of money I had to make for me and my wife at the time and my children to be there. And she was able to live there, and she didn't even make a fifth of what I made. Why? Military housing. Why do guys tend to avoid women like this? Well, because if they didn't go down the path of, the law or the military, a lot of these women would have ended up in an exotic lifestyle. I'll just put it that way. So, what does this mean if you're a woman in the military? You have a military background. You got a problem. You got a problem because guys are looking at you and having like, not gonna deal with that. That's the truth. That's the truth. Badu type chicks, right? Understand something. That's the truth. Guys are looking at you like, Gentlemen, am I lying? Here's the thing. I'm gonna let guys call in. Let guys call in and tell you. See if I'm lying. See if I'm lying. I'm not, but I want y'all to hear it. Because unfortunately, there are a lot of women who went to the military and can't seem to figure out why they can't land them a regular. There's no men out here. Military women have a reputation, just like law enforcement. They got a reputation, just like lawyers, just like psychology, got a rep. Just like nail techs, massage therapists, hairstylists. When you're online dating, I'm online dating. You realize how many women I see on Tinder, on Bumble, who I own my own business, and I'm a hairstylist. I'm like, and they're gorgeous. And touch these women with a 10-foot pole. Late 20s, early 30s, especially the hairstylists. Woo! We got through all that to get to that last point because that's what I told the caller. I was like, look, the guys who make the kind of money to be able to support the lifestyle you're talking about are not fools. These guys aren't fools. They're not fools. What's going on, Charles? Tiffany Chanel. Oh, yeah, ladies, call in. I want to hear from the women's. Before I hear from anything else. Because there is a way for women who have a law background. See, why is it that women with a law background from other communities don't have these problems? Why is it the psychology chicks from other backgrounds don't have these problems? This really, how do I want to put this? This is the truth pretty much across the board, but each community has their own issue with it. What are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about it is the question. Because you can't get guys to be like, can't shame guys, you can't guilt guys. And if you're an attractive woman and you're pretty rich or you got pretty privilege, but you got any one of those backgrounds, understand something. It is like you are radioactive. It is like you are radioactive. How do I call in? Now understand, when you call in, here are the rules. You call in, no background. Turn off mute the YouTube channel in the background. Only thing you're going to be on is Zoom. Don't be on speakerphone. Don't be on Bluetooth or speaker. Listen on the phone, so there won't be a delay or any any problems with the background. I'm asking you guys, Tiffany. I'm asking you to take yourself off mute. I'm asking you guys to take yourself off mute. I will ask you to take yourself off mute, and you need to comply with that, or else you won't be able to be heard. Tiffany, what do you got for me? Tiffany Coffee, what you got for me? All right. Nicole F., I'm asking you to take yourself off mute.
Hello?
Yes. Who is this?
Yeah. This is Nicole.
Okay, Nicole, what do you got for me? Where am I wrong? What did I miss? How did I mess up?
I'm sorry, what was that?
I said, what did I miss? How am I wrong? Where did I mess up?
Well, I don't think that you missed or messed up anything. But I did hear you say something about hairstylists, and I didn't really catch that part. I did want to catch that because
Okay.
I am a hairstylist.
Mm-hmm. And are you fine?
I mean, I would say so, yeah.
How old are you?
I mean, I ain't the only one to say so.
Well, then, hey, I ain't mad at you. Know that you're fine if you're fine. Do you want to get married?
I do.
So I ask these questions all the time: height, weight, and dress size.
5'3".
Uh-huh.
I honestly haven't weighed myself in a while, but I'm between 125, 135 probably.
Okay, so if you're 5'3", okay, you're fun size. You right there. You right. See, I love women between 5 foot and 5'4". And see, you're a hairstylist, and you sound like you'd be kind of cool to be around. Why ain't you married yet, boo? I mean, you fine. What's up?
I mean, really just poor choices and, getting into that whole boss chick mentality, don't need a man, independent woman. And I just had some things that I really wanted to work out mentally. That's why, I was watching one of your lives where you talked about, are you talking?
No, I'm listening to you. I'm listening to you.
Oh, my bad. I just kind of got into like this whole thing where I wanted to really work out some things mentally. And, I'm just at a point where I think that I finally, I'm finally clearing out some traumas, some unsettled issues. Huh?
Are you in the South?
Yeah, I'm in Houston.
Uh-oh. Now, if you have my YouTube channel, anything open in the background, that may be where you're hearing some double up. So you need to close that out.
It's on mute. I'm watching, but I can't hear nothing on
yeah. All right. So, okay, here's the other question. Do you have any children?
No.
All right. So if you're in Houston, well, Houston is interesting because that's where people say that's the finesse capital of the world. But did you do like professional work or what? I mean, like on your I mean, like on your counseling, your therapy. Did you do professional level work?
I wouldn't say professional as in I went in to talk to nobody, but I do have a lot of very professional women that come and sit in my chair. A lot of my clients who I'm the closest to are older, 40s and up. So it's a lot of quote
Now
unquote therapy
Nicole,
sessions.
that was the next question I was gonna ask because I was spent a lot of time at the barbershop yesterday. Now you know Unc know this bullshit. You know that I know that them women. You know I know them women are coming through talking shit about us.
No,
You know
that's not the case.
I mean here's the thing. I don't doubt that it's a great place to get anecdotal information. My thing is, if you're a stylist and you want to do the work, why not do both? Why not go talk to a professional and listen to people in the shop?
You know, that's a really good question. And I had to figure it out for myself because I did attempt to go find somebody, but I just felt uncomfortable talking to somebody when I didn't even understand my situation myself.
What do you mean you felt? Was your therapist a woman or a man?
She was a woman.
Was it black, white, Asian, Hispanic? What?
She was a black woman.
All right. One of the things we in the black community, we really have a real problem with psychological help, mental health. And the thing is, let me be honest with you. I didn't ask you, how old were you? How old are you?
34.
Okay. Sis, there's a clock on women. You don't have time to waste.
I agree.
So whatever it is, I'm asking for the women who I need you ladies to, if you want what you want, I need you to do whatever you got to do to get that. Because the women in the chair who came to talk to you, people in the shop, all that stuff is cool, Nicole. But the thing is, if it don't work out, you got to live your life, not them. You're the only one. So it's never comfortable talking to a stranger. But the thing is, it has to be done. You are not qualified to diagnose yourself. I wasn't. And until you get okay with accepting the fact that you aren't capable of fixing this problem and letting someone else steer this process, how can you honestly be ready for a man to lead?
I mean, I agree. When I say I was trying to figure out what it was I was really going through, I guess more so just trying to understand how to explain it, you know? And I saw somebody comment that it's hard to find a therapist, and I agree. It is a process.
But the thing is, you don't get better without trying it. It's like, you've been doing hair for a long time. I'm quite sure that there's some procedures or things that you weren't as good at doing 3, 4, 5 years ago, that after you did it more and more, you got better. Look, here's how this works. You go talk to a therapist. And if you give them 2 or 3 sessions, if it doesn't, you go find another one. And eventually you either stay in the process and work it, but you can't just not do it because it affects you. I've said this on my channel. The world does not owe you or me understanding. And you're 34 in Houston. How much longer do you really have to waste?
For what? To get married?
You want children?
Yeah.
At what age does high risk pregnancy kick in for women?
From what I've seen, about 36, 37.
35. So if you got married today, your first pregnancy would likely, if you found your guy today, by the time you got married, your first pregnancy would be high risk. You don't have time to waste at 34. See, this is why I'm so hard on women in their over 30s. You're not little girls anymore. We don't have all this, I don't feel comfortable and this and that. I don't hear that from women over 30 years old. It's time to put that up. You got to do what you got to do to get what it is you say you want. And if you don't get what you want, it's not because there ain't no men out there. It's not because ain't nobody out there on your level. It starts in the mirror that I'm not really to do what I need to do to get it. So what I'm asking is, if you really believe you want to get married, can you just do what you have to do? You commit to finding a therapist and doing whatever you have to do to find the right one. Because until the work is done, everything you find is going to be a reflection of you. Right?
I 100% agree.
Right. So if everything you find is going to be a reflection of you, are you going to find what you really need? Or are you going to find some just your current level of brokenness?
Your comments off the chain. I'm gonna just let you know.
I mean, it's because I believe in therapy, because I've seen it work.
Yeah.
We all get what we give. And if you're not willing to, here's the thing. Imagine this. Imagine if you were willing to do this. And let's say it took you 3 times to find a good therapist. But when you found it, you actually were able to do the work. When the work is being done, you start getting different outcomes. You are that much closer to being happy in your life right now, and then setting yourself up for potential happiness for the rest, versus spinning your wheels wondering what if, because you find right now, babe, but guess what? 50 is around the corner for you. And 34, you still feel like, you still look at yourself and you're like, I remember when I was 25. I mean, I ain't like I was, but I'm still, but 40 is right there. And 40 and 50 are, and at 40, it's a hell of a lot harder. It becomes exponentially harder. At 50, the game's pretty much over. That's what it is. So that was my suggestion. Get into somebody's. But here's the thing. I'm gonna let some other folks in. Hang on the line. Right. Tiffany, coffee. I'm gonna open it up to you. Makai. I can't pronounce these names. Micaiah, Aaron. I'm gonna open it up to you. Charles, I'm gonna open it up to you. So what do you think? Tiffany, what's going on?
What's up, Kevin?
What's up, man? What you got for me?
You another police.
Oh, you're breaking up. You're breaking up. Can
you hear me now?
I can now. Also, I want to hear Tiffany. Can you hear me? Micaiah, can you hear me? Okay, go ahead, Charles. Go ahead, Charles.
Yeah.
And it's like as soon as they get up in the academy, they already got about 2
Yeah, man, you're breaking up. Can you get to a place to where there's not as much background noise? All right, ladies, Tiffany or Micaiah, both of your mics are open. Tiffany, what's up?
Kevin,
hey.
Mr. Samuel, sorry, can you hear me?
I can now. What you got for me, sis? When I get wrong?
Sorry no about problem. That. So, no I feel like you're spot on from what you told the young lady earlier. And that's what I was trying to explain to Sarah. I'm pretty new. Y'all asked me to come up on the panel the other day.
Okay.
But I decided to go ahead and come up today. And I was trying to explain to Sarah that sometimes people just need someone to be a straight shooter. And hopefully that lady was young enough to where she can go ahead and make a change.
All right. Well, I mean, I don't have any malicious intent.
Right.
And I'll put it this way: I'm a cancer survivor. And when I got my diagnosis back, one of the first questions I asked him was the remission rates and the prognosis. And I respect them that they didn't lie to me, because you got to make real choices. And the situation that she was in, well, we're all in, is that if we have the information, the truth, then we can make choices. So that's what it is. So
well, congratulations to you. God bless you for going through that.
So what's your name in the chat room was what? Is it Tiffany?
Tiffany Chanel.
Tiffany Chanel. Okay. I saw people talking to you.
I'm the one that came in the chat, and I was so excited about the topic of being over 30 and
Mm.
and single, and yeah, that was me.
So are you over 30?
I am.
Are you looking to get married yourself?
I've been married. Currently, I'm not looking to get married.
Are you looking for an LTR? Long-term
What's that?
relationship? Long-term relationship?
Oh, not currently. I'm currently not looking for a long-term relationship, but I'm open to friendship, and if that leads to a long-term friendship, that would be great.
Now that is curious to me. I'm gonna tell you why I'm curious.
Okay.
As a divorcee myself, there was a cooling off period.
Hmm.
Uh, but most women I know don't want to die alone.
Yeah.
Are we saying that you just want to go through the rest of life unattached?
That's a good question. I don't think I'm saying the rest of life unattached. I just think um, I'm finally able to focus on other things outside of relationship.
Okay.
Um, things that are important to me, my career, um, my household, my daughter. And
Okay.
so, yeah,
How old is your daughter?
my daughter will be 4 in a couple of weeks.
Okay. Um, well, everybody comes to it at a different point. But one thing I would love to hear more black women be able to do
Hmm.
is to be able to have healthy relationships. Because here's what I hear more often when I hear from black women,
Hmm.
or women in general, black women in particular. When I ask you if you want to be in a relationship, it's still comparing it against the negative versus the positive, what it can be. I mean, you got a 4-year-old, and you may have a great career, but it's always easier in life to go through it with support, help. So why not have support, help, healthy, happy relationships versus nothing?
That's actually a beautiful point. My parents have been married for 48 years. My grandparents were married for over 65 years
Do you want
before
that?
they transitioned. And
Do you,
they're happy, and it's beautiful.
do you
And
want
I
that?
think, oh, so if that exists for me,
See,
yes.
see,
But if
see,
it does
see. There it
not,
goes. There it goes.
that's okay.
Okay, okay. There it goes. You came from 65 years and 48 years. If it exists for you,
Mhm.
why if you come from 65 and 48, why would it not exist for you?
No, meaning if it exists for me,
I know.
it
Why would
exists
it
for
not
them.
exist? I know. That's why I said, why could it not exist for you?
I think, whatever God's plan is, I- I'm I want to be that person that's open to what God has for me and not try to chase after something.
Okay, so are you a Christian?
I am.
Are you a practicing Christian?
When you say practicing, what do you mean?
Are you living in accordance to the Christian? Are you living by the Bible?
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
All right.
Now,
So
am I perfect?
no, I mean,
No,
none
only
of us are
Christ is.
perfect. None of us are
Yeah.
perfect. But I ran the singles ministry in 3 churches I was in,
That's
and
awesome.
yeah, and there's nothing in the Bible where God has anything about a spouse. This is a natural choice.
Okay.
In the black community, we put this off as a spiritual matter. Like I'm living I have a show about 3 weeks ago where I had a woman. I actually know her pastor,
Hmm.
and she kept on talking about how she's a good Christian woman. And I asked her, and at the end of the day, go back and watch the show. It's actually highlighted.
Okay.
Oftentimes, black women get to a point to where I'm just be honest. You don't believe it's possible. I don't believe it's possible. It was what your grandparents and your parents had. That time is over. The world is different. So now God is my husband.
Oh no, that's not. If
I say
nah.
I'm not saying you.
It,
I'm saying oftentimes that becomes black women because
oh no. Yeah, that's not good.
well, no, that's why I said if 65 years and 48 years,
you have good role models. The
Mhm.
world has not changed. Human beings are still the same.
Yep.
And I hate this. I hate to hear when people have had bad experiences and to think, well, I'm just going to leave it in God's hands. God don't work that way, sis. That has never been God's way. Marriage is a natural choice because if it worked that way, then God will be responsible for your. Were you married? Were you married to your daughter's father? Her daughter's father? Hello.
Okay, I can hear you now. So,
I said, were you
yes,
married to your daughter's
we
father?
were married.
Okay,
Yes.
so if it worked the way you're talking, God would be responsible for your divorce.
I think man has their own will, man and woman,
Right.
mankind.
So great. So saying work. So what you're saying is not. Then that contradicts it. You're waiting for what God has for you, but then you say man and woman have their own will. That
Mhm.
means
God has his perfect will for your life.
right, but
And
none of that has to do with picking a spouse.
I think that has to do with everything.
No, you can think that, but there's nothing in the tenets of Christianity. You sit down with your pastor, and if he's actually went to seminary, he'll tell you you have an incorrect interpretation of the gospel. Man, I taught for many years in singles ministry, and I was been married. That's an incorrect interpretation that oftentimes black women have. Marriage is a natural choice, not a spiritual
Marriage is a choice. I do
choice.
believe that in
Yes.
every aspect of your life, God has his perfect will for you. That's in your
Mhm.
career.
Does he have his perfect will for Adam and Eve?
He did. And then they
Did
made a
Adam
choice.
did they have their own? Did they have their own will?
Absolutely. And
Did they
he's
act in
not going to
accordance with it?
override your will.
Exactly.
Mhm.
So
I
when we
think we
put
agree, Kevin. We
well, what
agree.
we agree up to the point to where
Or
we
Mr.
put
Samuel, sorry, I don't know
no
what
no
you want
no
me to
Kevin is
call you.
cool. We agree to the point to where we push this off onto God's perfect will for us. That is where I wholeheartedly disagree, and that is where you first came. I said, "What about this?" And you said, "I'm going to let God have it in His time." No, man, that's not how it works.
I guess my goal is I don't want women to think that if they're not getting a man, it's something always wrong with them. Sometimes it's just their choice, and that's okay.
Okay, well, if you're a Christian, what is a woman's purpose?
I believe a woman and a man's purpose is to serve and honor the Lord with their lives.
Okay, I asked a very specific question.
Mhm.
You're a Christian. What is a woman's purpose?
A woman's purpose is to serve the Lord with her life,
That is not
how
a
she
woman.
lives her
That
life
is not a woman's.
honoring God.
That is not a woman's purpose, according to
Okay.
Christianity or the Bible. It's very clear. A woman's
Are you
purpose is to
talking about submitting to husband and
no. A
husband
woman's
submit
purpose is
to?
to be helpmeet to man. Your
Oh, be
purpose
the
is
helpmate.
your
Okay,
purpose. Your a
I
woman's
understand that.
okay. So in the simple terms, a woman's purpose is man in Christianity. You have no purpose without a man here. If you did, God could have easily created Eve before Adam. God gave Adam the commandments and he put him in charge of the garden. He spoke to Adam. Did God ever speak to Eve?
Adam was in authority, so he spoke to Adam. Correct.
Right.
Eve
So,
was the helpmate. He pulled her from his
exactly.
rib so that
So
she could
you
walk
said you
side
don't
by
want
side
women
with
to
him.
think you don't want women to think that you don't want women to think opposite of what it is you say you believe.
No, I don't want women to think that there's something wrong with them always. There can be things that are wrong, but it's not always that it's something wrong with the woman, and it's not always that there's something wrong
Well,
with the
ma'am,
man.
but the thing is, hold on, but this whole wrong, what is a woman's purpose on the planet? Okay, how about this? How about this, Nicole? Tiffany, can a woman survive on the planet by herself?
Well, I've seen it happen.
Where?
So
Where?
if you
Where?
asking for,
Where? 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 Where?
I've seen single women live and be single until they're older and
Hold
they
on. Hold
they
on. So let's stop.
transition.
Stop. 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 You've seen a woman take care of and provide for herself.
Yes,
Did she build her own shelter?
yes, built her house.
She built her own home.
Hmm.
Did she actually run the plumbing to that home?
Oh, I see. Like hiring people, or did she run the plumbing?
Come on,
I don't
Tiffany.
know.
What I'm
She may
saying,
have hired a
what I'm saying.
plumber.
That's why I asked you very definitely. See, oftentimes women use Christianity as convenient Christians. A woman's purpose is a man. No two ways about it. Women cannot survive without men. You're not physically capable. You don't have the strength. Your body's not built for it. You cannot do it. So to say women can survive without men is telling women the wrong thing. And as a Christian, that's why I asked if you're a Christian, you're actually telling women something that goes opposite to what you say you believe.
Do you think a woman should enter in a relationship and stay if a man is abusive?
What does that have to do with Christianity?
My point is that some women have had this
Well,
happen.
okay, but
Do we
Tiffany,
tell her to stay with a man
But
because that's
Tiffany,
her
due
purpose?
respect, Tiffany, I could pull out. We could go that tit for tat all night. We really could.
Yeah, I'm not trying to be. I
What
just
I'm
don't
not
want
okay
women to think something's
what
wrong.
I'm not okay with is Christian women telling women that they don't need a man. I'm not okay with that. If you're a Christian woman and you say you're living according to the Bible, then there's no way you can say that.
Yeah, I'm not trying to say, oh, you don't need a man, do everything by yourself. What I'm saying is, don't feel bad and feel like you're doing something wrong if you're currently not with a man. It's okay. Maybe one day, but maybe not today. And it's
Maybe
okay.
one, but okay, but hold up. Okay, maybe one day, but maybe not today. But who is that woman under? Who is she submitting to?
Well, she needs to be submitting to the Lord.
Right. But if who's covering that woman when she's by herself? Because her father because here's how
The
you
angels.
well, and you know what? And the extension of God is my husband. See, no matter how you slice it, that's still your position.
Well, I
And
think
this
God
is
is
this
my
is
everything.
well,
God is
that's
my
fine, but he is
everything.
but see, this is not. But even T.D. Jakes, he used to get angry with with the members of his church because too often women were taking this bastardization of Christianity and actually making this a problem. Often T.D. Jakes actually said in the church, "Do not go quote me in your house to your husband." And how
Yeah, I
often
love Bishop Jakes.
well, exactly, and
He's
how
awesome.
often women misinterpret the scripture because it's not your place. See, if you're a Christian woman, you know your purpose is a man. Everything God has told you is in conjunction with a man. So what you're saying is opposite to Christianity. That is worldly. That's why I asked you initially, are you a Christian living according to the tenets? And you're
I
not.
am.
But you can't be and hold these positions. You're living you're living in opposition to God's will for man and woman. Simple as that.
Yeah.
Go ask your pastor. Go ask
My
anybody.
dad is my pastor.
Okay, and what does he tell you?
So we're raised in a house where it's husband and wife, and
Exactly.
my mom is his helpmate.
Okay,
So
but
yeah, my
what is your
dad.
what does he tell you a woman's purpose is?
Yeah. So I see people saying that I'm using God as an excuse, and
I don't care about the
that's
chat
not
room.
my
Tiffany,
heart's
looking,
desire, and I didn't come on here for that.
Tiffany. Don't look at the chat room. You and I are
Yeah, I
having a
didn't come
conversation.
on here to be
Well,
bashed. I
but
came on
who are
here
you? Hold
because
on,
I
Tiffany.
appreciate your
Who is
platform.
bashing? Tiffany, listen. You've not been bashed by me. Don't look at the chat room. You and I are having a conversation that can benefit women. Have I been disrespectful to you?
No, not at all.
Have I been rude to you?
No.
So what do
No,
you?
I don't
There's
I don't
nothing to.
think you're a rude person. I listen to
So
what you
what
say
I'm
to the ladies,
saying,
and I believe you're trying to help them.
what I'm saying is, you focus here, and all I'm doing is questioning what it is you say, because let me tell you the problem I have with some of the things you said. Far too often, Black women are uncoupled because of a misunderstanding of Christian doctrine. And that's why I asked, what does your pastor say? Because if you're a Christian, you're supposed to be in submission to someone, a
Yeah.
father, a husband, even in a holding, the men of the church somewhere. Women are not.
My pastor says that a man should not be without a wife, and that the
And,
wife is to be the helpmate, and that the wife is to submit to the husband, and the husband also submit to the
but you
wife. But the
said you
Bible
don't want
says
women to
submit to
think
one
that there's
another.
something wrong with her if she's not with the man, and that's just
Because I think there's a lot of pressure on
as it
individuals, women
should
and
be.
men.
As it should be. As it, if you're a
And I
Christian,
think sometimes Mr. Samuel,
hold on, ma'am.
okay,
As it should be, if you're a Christian, you don't have to be a Christian. We chose to be Christians, and we don't get to select the parts of the doctrine in the Bible we choose to follow. That is a new thing with all this prosperity preaching. Everything I've asked you, ma'am, 65 years with your grandparents, 48 years with your parents, your father is your pastor. And every question that I've asked you to actually get you to define something, you've slid away because you didn't want to answer specifically what you and I both know to be the truth that you say you
well,
believe.
no, I answered to you what my dad has said as my pastor. And he did say that man should not live without a wife, and the wife should submit to the
So
husband
I'm
should
sure.
submit.
I'm sure when you and your ex chose to divorce, he probably also counseled you both,
Hmm.
and he counseled you on divorce.
Yes.
Okay, that's fine.
But we
But
also had other
I,
Christian counselors outside the
but
church too.
ultimately, I asked you earlier, do you want to marry a long-term relationship? And at the end of the day, man, what it really comes down to, it is a dangerous thing to tell women that you don't need men, because what it is what you're saying. You do need us. You
I
need
don't
us.
think I would tell a woman that she doesn't need a man. What I would
Well,
tell a woman is not to feel, don't come down on yourself if you're not yet married. I'd say the same thing to a man. Don't come down on yourself if you're not yet married.
okay, but who? Okay, if you're not yet married,
Hmm.
but is there a clock on that?
So I think with a biological clock for men and women, it could be, because if a woman doesn't have her baby by the age of 35, 36, she's considered high risk. If a man doesn't have his child by his mid 40s, he's considered high risk.
Okay,
He can
let me
actually
ask you a
produce a
very
child
defining
with.
question about marriage.
Sure.
What is the purpose? Why do we marry?
Well, you marry to reproduce, to bring children into the world, to raise them in the admonition of the Lord.
That's one reason. But what else?
I would think to raise productive citizens in society,
Okay.
to keep your seed, to keep your legacy going.
Right. So you can do none of that as an individual. Certainly can't do anything as an individual Christian.
Oh, it looks like people are saying, why am I up here if I'm talking about other people?
I don't
Because
care
that's
about.
all I.
Could you please stop looking and see? I don't
Okay,
understand
sorry.
why you are doing that. I mean, I'm trying to have a conversation with you, and I'm not looking there, and it's my show. Well, it
Okay,
sounds as though you're more
I'll respect
concerned.
that. Let me hide the chat.
How about
Let me just
that?
hide them.
How
Okay.
about you just, because what you see, we're Christians. We chose to be that. So I cannot sit there and say I agree that you're saying that a woman should not feel bad that she's not married or whatever. At some point, you
Hmm.
need to have a husband if you're a Christian.
Yeah, I mean, the Bible says that,
your
right? The
purpose.
Bible
Yes,
says a
because
man should not live without a wife. A woman
exactly.
should not
So
live
so we
without a
so
man.
what we
That's in the
say. So
Bible.
what we're saying. What you ultimately said is you didn't want women to feel something wrong. There is something wrong if you're a Christian and don't have a husband. At some point, you don't. A
I
woman.
just don't want people
It
to
doesn't
come
matter,
down on
ma'am. You're a
themselves if it
Christian,
hasn't happened.
ma'am. I'll just say this, and I move on to the next call. Tiffany, your father's a pastor.
Yes.
What you want is in direct conflict with your belief system. That's for you to sort out. But I'm just understand. According to Christianity, you're 100% incorrect. I'm not going to tell you you're wrong to have it, but you're wrong as a Christian, and you know it.
Yeah, I think maybe I'm being misunderstood because I'm
No, I
not saying that
understand.
a man and a wife shouldn't be together. I'm
I
just
understand.
saying that
I understand. I
give
understand.
yourself
I
time to
understand that.
get to know people. Don't
I
rush it.
understand. I understand that
You rush
Christian.
it, you might end up divorced like
Well,
me.
no. Well, but okay. No, you rush. You might end up divorce. No, I don't give you that because if you get married for not love, you get married for very practical reasons, spiritual reasons, Christian reasons. See, back in the day, we used to do this. A lot of this Hallmark love stuff, your feelings and all this other stuff did not matter. You got married because of children, legacy, things, and you fell in love with your spouse. And the
You want to
church,
build
hold
something.
on. And the church did not move the way the world did. Today, the church has become far too worldly, and this is what's in the church. This is why so many you're a church going woman. You see how many men are no longer in church? Why do you think so many men are not in church? Because they're tired of hearing Christian women talk like this. You have Christian women speaking in contravenence to Christianity. That is why men are leaving the church. That is why pastors are actually telling their female flock, do not speak this way. Do not say these things. But yet, black women, black Christian women are some of the most stubborn, hard-headed people on the planet because at the end of the day, it's your faith and it's God is the person you're going up to. But at the end of the day, nothing in God's word, nothing in God's appointed men on earth, nothing God has said is what you women are talking about.
Yeah,
That's why
so
people in the chat room will talk. That's why people
I
in the
think
chat room.
Kevin, I think you and I actually agree. I think we're agreeing, to be honest with you. A man should not be alone, right? That's in God's word. A woman should be the helpmate to the man, submit to the man. The man should honor and love the wife just as Christ loved the church. We agree on that. All I'm saying is don't come down on yourself if it hasn't happened for you yet. If you want to find love, you can and will find love. But
Okay, first
don't
off, ma'am.
beat
First off,
yourself
let
up
me
if
stop you.
you
Let me stop you
haven't.
right there. Let me stop you right there.
Mhm.
The last thing you just said had nothing to do with Christianity. And I repeat, don't come down on yourself if you haven't found love. You
Or should
will
I say if
find,
you haven't found your spouse?
but
Let me change that.
no, ma'am. You've said it 3 times, and that's the point. You still are conflating love and marriage. That's why I've
Well,
asked
the
you what.
Bible says that. The Bible
No,
says the
does
husband should
not.
love the wife as Christ loved the
But that
church.
is
That's
not the
love.
purpose of marriage. It is not romantic love.
I'm not
Hold
talking
on,
about
Tiffany.
romantic love. I'm talking about the
Tiffany. No,
God kind
no.
of love,
Tiffany.
the
The man should
agape
love.
love.
The man should love his wife like God, like Jesus loved the church. That's agape,
Agape love. I
which
keep
is
saying
not
that.
romantic love. You're talking about eros.
I didn't say anything about romance. I
Well,
never said the word
but
romance.
the love you're talking about is romantic love. Don't come down on yourself. You have not found love. Selfless love, agape, has nothing to
No,
do with.
that
Okay,
the
I
Christ-like
am not
love.
new, Tiffany. I'm not new to
I
this.
think we agree, Kevin. We agree.
We do agree, except for one thing. A woman's purpose on the planet is a man. That is your sole
Is a
purpose.
man's purpose a woman? Like,
That
what
is
would be a man's purpose?
a man. That is your purpose. Worry about your purpose. See, you want to win an intellectual battle. Your purpose is a man. That's it. And then this is that
And the
Western.
man's purpose is to honor God.
Hold on. I deal with your purpose. See, what you're doing right now has nothing to do with Christianity.
or anything else. It is an ego battle. Why are you? What is a man's purpose? What does it matter if you're a woman? What is your purpose?
So that
What is
everyone
your
can understand.
what is a woman's purpose? See, too many Western women, especially our black women, you're out of position.
The Bible says, "Follow me as I follow Christ." So as the woman is, the husband's leading the household, he's leading the woman and the children as he follows Christ.
And that does not change what I said.
That's what I'm saying. We agree. We're not arguing.
We agree if she's married. If you're unmarried, you're uncovered. You're not following anybody. You're following yourself. That's what I've been asking. As a single woman, who are you following?
As a single woman,
You're
I'm
following
accountable
God.
to my pastors, and I'm following the Lord.
You're following your pastor, who is your father. But your father already has a charge. Ma'am, single women, divorced women, let's not play games. You're uncovered. And there's provision there, but there's a time frame on
definitely
that.
Provision there.
But you're not supposed to live life uncovered as a Christian woman.
I agree. Men should have wives, wives should have husbands.
So if you're not supposed to live,
shout out to the single parents.
No, shout out to single parents. I don't shout out single parents. No, especially Christian ones. It's not about.
Yeah,
it's not about love.
It's not sad when you become a single parent, but
it's not sad when you become a single. It's sad when you choose to be a single Christian parent and live in contravention to the thing you say you believe. That's when it's sad, because how did that happen? See, here's what I find troubling about this conversation. I don't know how that muted. You're a woman who was raised with a 60, almost 70-year marriage and an almost 50-year marriage and a father who's a pastor. And I'm getting this level of pushback. And you're supposed to be one of the good ones. What about the women who weren't raised?
I hope I'm a good one.
Well, I'm gonna be honest, ma'am. There are some things that are extremely troubling about what it is you say you believe, and that's the problem a lot of black men have. This is a woman who says her grandparents were married for 65 years, her parents were married for 48 years, her father is her pastor, yet she's divorced and telling women don't feel bad if you don't fall in love or have a man or whatever you want to come out. And all the stuff you're talking about does not line up with what it is you say you believe, yet that's what you say you're putting in ahead of you, trying to help you find a husband. It's going to be on God. And everything I've done is used exactly what you said to show you that you're in contradiction, but you're still going to hold on to it. Because here's the real problem, Tiffany. Too many black women like yourself are just hard-headed and can't nobody tell you nothing.
Goodness. I'm pretty okay.
You said your dad, okay.
You and I are probably the same age.
I don't, and what does that have to do with anything?
You don't hear those words hard-headed unless it's like a parent talking
How old
to
are
a
you?
child. I'm 37.
I'm 51.
You look good.
And even if I was 36, I'm still a man.
Yep.
And if you're a Christian, you know what that means. So I don't understand what me saying something is to be. That's why I wanted to have this conversation.
Yeah, I mean, I think we are.
It was a good conversation, because what I think what you're gonna see is they're gonna be. I'm a patient person. I'm a learned person, but I know what I believe and why I believe it. And here's the thing: if it is this difficult for a well-intended black man to even get a woman who says she's well-intended to just agree with me on what it is you say you believe, how the hell are black men and women supposed to figure it out and stay together 48 and 65 years? It ain't gonna happen.
I do agree with you. I keep telling you,
no,
we're on the same
ma'am,
page.
You don't. No, ma'am. If this is agreement, I hate to see disagreement. If you think this is on a one accord, I hate to see discord. Just because you're not cursing and calling me out of my names, you're not in agreement.
I wouldn't do that.
Exactly. But it does not change the fact that you're still in opposition to what it is you say you believe. And I don't even have to get that's why I didn't get into your personal life and why you're not this. I don't want it. It does not matter. This is a
Yeah.
global issue with black men and black women. There should not be this amount of acrimony, especially with people who raise their hand and volunteered to be Christians. No one forced us to be Christians. No one forced us to live our lives in accordance. That's why I asked you very specific questions. You say your father is your pastor. You are supposed to be agreeing with me. There's not supposed, when I ask you what a woman's purpose is, it shouldn't be all this. It's a man to be a helpmeet. I mean, this is
Yep.
supposed to be real easy for Christian women.
To be a helpmeet, to cover him, I agree.
All right.
I do agree with that.
Well, okay. Well, it's good to say with our mouths, but when we live it with our lives, there's not this amount of acrimony. But I thank you for calling in. I
Yeah,
do. I
I
think
hear
this is a
you.
good call.
Thank you. You have
Thank
a
you very
blessed
much.
evening.
And y'all stop looking at the chat room. They ain't on nobody. They don't know these folks. They at a college
I
trying.
think you got some good people in the chat.
Yeah,
They're just
but
straight shooters.
okay, but if they got some good ones, then I mean, I don't allow guys to come over and troll women and stuff. But we're gonna have. I think this is a good conversation because if black men and women don't have these, we ain't. Our marital rates are gonna continue to do what they do, and our families are gonna continue to do what they do, and ain't none of it good. I think we both have to agree on that
Oh yeah.
because I don't
Yeah.
have you don't have what your parents and your grandparents said, and we both know that's what folks want.
Yeah.
All right, then.
So
Talk to you.
did you read Mary? Like maybe I should be going on your site to look at your
Yeah, I've
story.
remarried. I've married twice. I'd certainly, and if I
Did you
choose to
stay
marry,
with the second relationship or no?
no, she filed for divorce.
Neither did I. I remarried twice.
But here's the thing: I didn't file for either, and both wanted to come back. Both
Yeah.
divorced for worldly reasons, and
Yeah.
I don't begrudge them anything. That's why you never hear me talk ill about them. Even in my
Yeah.
marriages, even as a Christian man, I did not have the level of understanding I have now, and I take on headship as I should. That's why I am never going to be hard on. I'm always going to be hardest on men because of headship. However,
Understood.
I can't tell black men who are willing to lead, to step up and lead, that they should have to argue with, let's move you to the side. Let's move you to the side so it's not personal. With ADOS black women who were raised in a country to look at her men differently than other women. Black men do not get the level of respect.
That
Uh,
they deserve. I agree.
Right. We're middle class, upper middle class folks, and black and the women and black women will get mad at black men like me who marry out. But then when you turn around and say, "Well, where is my counterpart?" My counterpart wants to rule Eden. She does
Yeah.
not want to be the helpmate, and she wants to argue. My helpmeet would rather get the snake and go tell God what's wrong with the text versus just doing what she's supposed to do.
Right.
All right, thanks.
I agree.
Bye bye.
Thanks, Kevin.
Bye bye.
Bye.
Yeah, guys, don't be too hard on her. You know, Micaiah, Micaiah,
Yes, I'm here.
what's going on? What you got for me?
So, yeah, I'm that 32-year-old lawyer who was a psych major.
Uh
So,
oh. See, like I'm ready for you, boy. Please tell me you
no, I'm
fine.
actually not. I'm just
Oh, tell me you
surprised.
fine. But okay, 32-year-old psych major. How can you use that to your advantage?
Oh, I do use it to my advantage.
Oh, tell me.
So, I mean, I did very well in law school. I went to a quote unquote prestigious law firm.
Okay. I
I
guess what I
turned,
mean. How can you use that for? How can you use that well? And because I'm assuming you are well professionally. I'm talking about personally.
yes.
How about personally? How
Well,
can you use it to your advantage personally?
I think it's problematic when dating to be a lawyer because I think people automatically assume that I'm going to be argumentative
Mm-hmm.
when I don't really want to argue in my personal life.
Okay.
In other words,
I get it.
I leave work at work.
Right. So
Feel like
Go ahead.
I feel like there is kind of like a stigma, like you said, around professional Black women and the thought of being independent or
Is it deserve it?
quote unquote don't need a man.
Is
I
it
think
deserve?
there.
Or is
Well, I
it? Do you
think.
think it's earned or not?
Wait, I didn't hear what you said.
Do you think it's deserved, earned, or not?
Um,
Do you think it's unfair?
I think it's unfair. I do think it's unfair.
Okay. Do you watch the TV? Do you watch the HBO series Insecure?
Yes.
Made by a Black woman, right?
Yes.
And then hold on.
I understand Molly.
Hold on. But she wrote a Black female lawyer the exact way I'm talking about. Then you go back to the what is it? The TV show Suits, and they wrote a Black
Right.
woman the very way I'm talking about, right? It's not as though they didn't write these people because they wanted the audience to not resonate with this. It's because that's what they see. So what I'm asking you is, how can you turn this on its head to get what you want? Oh, let me back up. Do you want to be married?
Yes, of course.
I don't know. Some folk don't. So your non-Black female counterparts who are psychology majors and attorneys, are they stuck? Are they doomed to being single?
I don't think so.
All right, then why should Black women be? What are they doing different?
I think that, well, I can only speak for myself. So
Okay.
I can't really speak for Black women as a whole, but I think that growing up, I focused so much on school and accomplishing professional goals that I kind of let my personal life fly by the wayside. And as a result of that, I wake up now and I'm 32 and no real, in my opinion, real prospects. And I just realized that I didn't put as much effort into making sure my personal relationships prospered.
Mm-hmm. And that
So I don't necessarily.
So one thing that women could do, is to tell other women, "Hey sis, don't raise your daughters to think this way. Raise them to think like Becky and Mylene and Marisol. When they were in college, they went to go to law school too, but they also went there to get a husband. They weren't taught to put career first. They were taught to put marrying well first." Could we do that? Because that's what we saw. I mean, I went to college, and that's what I saw my white counterparts do. I saw white women going to law school, but they was married while they was in law school. Did you see that?
I agree with that. I mean, my roommate, my white roommate.
Hey, right. So,
I mean,
where do we see Black women doing that? Where do we see Black women like you doing that?
I just think it's the INDEP.
Right. I get what it was. But so I'm assuming that you don't see Black women anywhere doing that, because I don't.
No, I don't.
So that could be something Black women like yourself could start talking about when you're at the hair salon, like the previous caller, 2 callers back, right? To instead of talk about independent, talk about, go to law school, go to college, girl. Make sure you got your husband by the time you get to your junior year, so you in law school and you got your hit squad, dude. Start pushing that kind of stuff to where sisters don't become like yourself, hell of accomplished, and then unattached out here. That's one thing. So what about in your personal life? Because that happens to a lot of Black women. They are career driven. They get out here accomplished, and then they look up and they're 27 to 35 unattached. What are some of the things that you're starting to do to kind of help close that gap?
Well, I do go to therapy.
Good.
Regular counseling sessions.
Yay for therapy.
Go ahead.
And I think just focusing more on my personal life and not worrying about billing our work and developing a professional network, trying to enhance my personal network.
One of the things I talk about on my channel is if Black women like yourself put the kind of energy into building their own network and their own social life as they put into getting their credentials and in their career, they'd be some of the happiest married women on the planet. But like you say, it takes active work. Are you in a major city?
Yes.
All right. Do you? It's crazy. Do you go to church?
I do.
Cool.
I am a Christian.
Cool. Are you? Do you go to like? Do you do any charity work? Not for profit.
I do. I sit on a lot of boards, and
Okay.
I'm active with my law school.
All right. So you got the alumni stuff too. So cool. Now, where do you find it's easiest to meet the kind of men you're talking about that you would want to be with? Or are you having problems with that?
Professional settings.
Okay.
In professional settings when my mind is telling me to be about business, but
right.
For the most part.
Have you ever considered working
that I'm interested in professional settings?
Have you ever considered working with an image consultant and a matchmaker?
I have not.
Those are two things that professional women like yourself are missing the boat on. Because you can go to all the professional settings and all the groups and everything else, but it's still like it's the roll of the dice. And you're 32? Did you say 32 you were?
Yes.
So it's like you don't have the time you had as you were 22. So an image consultant can help you make sure that your image is working for you personally and professionally. Like I have a group on Facebook called The Mix.
I just joined. I'm waiting on your approval.
Okay, well, and I'm going through each one. I'm handpicking everybody because I'm not dealing with any BS from men over there or women. But see, let's just be real. White women, they got no problem working with matchmakers and image consultants. They will take 20 grand and go to secure a Blake Henry. They got no problem with it. You know, I'm not gonna get all into the height, weight, dress size, but you know, the closer you are to the ideal height, weight, and dress size, the better that works for you. The better you look out there, the better it looks for you just in the real world. But an image consultant can help you look good online, on LinkedIn, on your Instagram, on your Facebook, everywhere you go, your digital footprint. You never know when guys like my guys are looking at you. Number one. Number two, matchmakers. Why are they valuable? Because men like my boys, they don't go out in the world looking for wives. They go to matchmakers because they don't have time to play games. They're like, I'm ready to get married. I'm going to go drop this 5, 10, 15, maybe up to $50,000 to get me 8 or 9 matches. And they go from there. Use all of it to your advantage. Consider the image consultant and matchmaker in addition to what you're already doing. So ladies, understand, don't do either or. Do and. Give yourself the best shot. What do you think about that?
That's something I never considered, but I will give it thought.
Cool. I'm gonna go ahead and let Sarah come in. Do you have anything else you want to add in before we put you out? Before you go back to waiting room?
Nope. Thank you for your time.
I will see you, and I'm gonna check you. Send me in. I'll let more people in tonight. I'll make sure I look for you. Okay.
Okay.
And how to pronounce your name again? Micaiah?
Micaiah, you said it right.
Thank you, Micaiah. Bye-bye. See, I ain't gonna lie. Micaiahs of the world, those are the kind of women I love. See, as much as I talk about the lawyer, the psych chick, that kind of stuff, personally, those are the kind of women I dug. But I realize that most guys are not like me. I'm an A-type personality. I like she gotta be fine too though. So anyway, Sarah, what's going on? What did I get wrong? How did I mess up? You didn't like me to chat.
Hey Kevin.
Hi.
Okay.
Hi. What did I get wrong?
You didn't get anything wrong. See, so I wanted to clarify what I said earlier. I'm the sadistic girl.
Mm-hmm.
So I wasn't saying that what you were saying was sadistic.
Ah.
I just want to clarify, you know, like the chat room was, you know, like people were really coming at the first girl, you know, the 26-year-old girl who had a child, and, you know, you were giving her advice. You know, I have no problem with that. Like, I'm not the kind of woman who is against.
Well, I would tell you this. Sarah.
Direction.
Sarah, I'll tell you this. You got to take the chat room. Oops, what the heck just happened? I'm sorry. You got to take the chat room with a. I'm sorry. I was trying to drop the link. You got to take the chat room with a grain of salt. Number one.
Yeah.
Most people are listening to me, especially on a replay. They'll never see that. So
okay.
But how long you been watching my channel?
Probably about 2 weeks now. I called you maybe, I think it was Monday or last week. I called you.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
I thought your name looked familiar.
Like what I really wanted to contribute to is kind of touching on from what Tiffany was talking about, you know, about women not being, not feeling bad about, you know, being single. And, you know, I just wanted to kind of get your opinion, because it kind of feels like there's no, like women can't get it right in a way, because it's almost like if you go to school, you study, and maybe, let's say, you weren't directly in an environment where, you know, constantly you were around high value people, so you hold off. Because, like, I'll speak for myself now. I knew, you know, I'd say between the age of 19 and 29 that there weren't any high value men like directly around me. So I feel like I made the right decision by holding off.
I remember you. I remember who you are.
Right.
But here's my thing, though. One thing I need to make real clear, okay? That between me and Tiffany, the conversation I had with Tiffany, there was something above what I have with everybody else. She's a Christian, and so am I.
Gotcha.
That was a Christian conversation. See, Christianity, if you're a believer of anything, that is a voluntary thing, right? And that's something that you choose to believe. Christianity, Islam, Judaism, whatever. That's something you put on top. It's voluntary. That's supposed to be and that's why I asked it. Are you this, that? Go back and listen to all the questions I asked before. I had a very narrow band Christian conversation. So let me ask you, are you that? Are you a very religious person or Christian?
I am not very religious. So
okay,
to be honest,
so let's move that. So those two things don't match. So basically what you're saying is you feel like women in general, black women in particular, can't get it right. No matter what they do, it's wrong. Okay, let me answer that. I mean, answer that directly. And I'm going to tell you why. You were lied to.
Okay.
Generation X, my generation. How old are you, Sarah?
I'm 32.
32-year-olds. I know that 32, 27 to 35, boy, they listening. Okay. Generation X, the generation ahead of you, were lied to. They were told they could have everything. You go to college, get out there, get a great job, go to college, go after college, a great job, travel the world, have girls trips, and da-da-da-da-da-da. And then at 30 some odd years old, when you decide you want to, you can get married and have you a Blake Henry and a BMW and a Mercedes in the driveway. And that's not true. You can't. Black women were told that with feminism in general, but black women and the black community, and I put it that way, took it on wholly. See, white women in this country gave us Donald Trump. Other groups of women never got rid of their men completely, saying we don't need no man, we don't want no man. You don't. Even the most diehard feminists, they don't say that. So this is why it often feels like black women can't win, and it's because, one, if you're trying to, you've heard this whole thing about what do you bring to the table, right?
Right.
And what do you tend to hear women's answers? They start talking about their degree.
Got my job, I got my money, I've got my
and that's a masculine thing. Men don't judge you on that. So when I ask questions like height, weight, dress size, it's like, what? Yeah, that's what and when I define the kind of men that could actually set a 32-year-old woman down, you're like, well, yeah, I want that. Well, guess what? That's what we want.
Right.
That's what we want. We don't want your job and your career, whatever. That's cool after the feminine, beautiful, inspirational, cooperative thing. So, like I asked the last caller, if you want to get married, and you're in the UK, right?
No, I'm actually based in New York.
Oh, even better. What in the 5 boroughs?
I live in Astoria, so I'm in Queens.
Okay. Oh boy. Yeah, I lived in Manhattan. I lived in Hell's Kitchen. I used to go over to Queens a lot for dim sum, and they got a lot of Asian folks over there. Mm-hmm.
Yes, the food is amazing. Yeah.
So, tell me. So, if you had to say how you rate on from a look standpoint, 1 to 10, what would you say?
Like honestly, base level, I'd give myself probably. I'd give myself a 7, but then spruced up, spruced
now,
up.
Are you a Manhattan or Manhattan 7, LA 7, or are you a Queen 7?
You know what? I've actually been told a couple of times that I seem more like an LA girl. Like I've got more of an LA style.
You're from where originally? Where's your accent from?
London, Britain.
Okay.
The UK.
And you're black?
I'm black. Yeah, I'm black.
You. Oh, I would put you on a plate and sop you up with a biscuit if I was. See, your aesthetic. There's no fucking reason you can't win. A black woman with that London accent. Oh man, come on. All we need is a little femininity, some black, little black dress, pumps, some cooperation, some submission. I mean, seriously. I mean, if I had a London accent, God, it would. Lord knew what He was doing by not allowing me to be able to sing or give me an accent. I would be a mess.
You'll be killing them out here.
Killing them out here. I mean, I do well already, but you know what I'm saying? So honestly, when you open your mouth and say those words, give me all the London words. In New York, it's not as uncommon. But let's say you came to Atlanta for a weekend. Everybody would be turning around looking at you because you have that accent. Do you ever try to get rid of your accent?
It's funny because I'm the only British person in my company, so I feel like my accent kind of changes sometimes. So I do tend to merge based off of who I'm around. And
Stop it.
It's like I have to be honest. I don't really feel like my accent is really what's really working in my favor. I'm not trying to sound cocky or anything, but people walk up to me even before they've heard my voice. You know what I mean?
Listen to me,
I will get approached even before my accent. Sorry.
That's good. People will approach you, but no. Your accent is a gift from the gods. I want more of it. You ever met anybody from Boston or Massachusetts with Baka? You know people from Massachusetts? Yeah, I want more of it. I don't care about your professional life. I'm not talking about that. We're talking about your personal life. Okay, let me give you an example. You go to Manhattan for the weekend, whatever. You're going to Bergdorf's.
Yeah.
All right. Somebody like one of my guys, Blake Henry's in Bergdorf's, and he walks by and he hears you speaking with that accent. He hears something that's different. He associates a British accent with intelligence, sophistication, class. These are archetypes. We don't associate British accents with dullards. We associate it with royalty. You get me? See, normally you would have to pay me at least $949 for what I'm about to tell you, but I'm going to give it to you since you called. Where do we hear, when you want to make a black person sound regal in a movie, where do they typically place them? Somewhere on the continent or the UK?
Probably from the UK.
But they give them some sort of accent.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you're telling me you want to get rid of gold? No. Work that stuff. Don't give me just don't give me the cookie. No, I don't want that.
Wait,
cooking,
the
the food from London.
Right.
I know. The bangers and mash and all that shit.
Everyone hates British food.
God, really do. Because
sucks.
let me just tell you. Do you know it is a lot of American? This is just between me and you. Come in a little closer. A lot of American black men's real desire is to have a British black woman whisper in their ear during that special time.
Oh wow. I love this. I'm getting real tips right now.
Because what it is
I love
is
this.
You sound, you got the sound of what we associate with you get it's almost like you get the best of both worlds.
Okay.
So
I need to broaden my environment.
Yes, work.
This is giving me a push. I'm gonna try a matchmaker, or I'm gonna.
There you go.
I'm gonna
use the accent.
Broaden my horizons.
You need to be introducing guys to tea time and all this. Use that shit. Use it. Use what God gave you. I'm from Oklahoma. If you don't think I went to New York and when I was in New York, I didn't try to speak fast like those people. I slowed down and I got real country sometimes, and I use a real thick accent and talk like this.
I love the accent. I love it. Like, we love it in the UK. I mean, we love that real Southern charm. Like, we definitely know the difference between, like real Southern and like just kind of the obvious New York accent. And it's so nice. It's got such a charm.
Tell you what, join the group. Sarah. The moderator's gonna put you down. Okay. I'll talk at you. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Kevin.
You're welcome. April, how are you? April? All right. So, okay, wait a minute. I'm telling you, boy, could you imagine if I had a British accent? Man, I'll be trying out for James Bond shit all the time. When Idris Elba, he got that string of bells stuff on, blah, blah, blah. But when he actually started using his British accent, black women lost their crap.
Wait a minute. What?
April, what's going on? All right. I'm speaking to you. April, you're on the show. 4, 3, 2, 1. Bye-bye. All right. I have 2 more people. I'm just being honest. I'm tired. It's getting late. I'm tired, y'all. Drop the link for Danny. Okay. One more. Danny and only Danny. I'm only dropping it for Danny. I'll take Danny because she actually had comments in there. Okay. You're not speaking. So I'm going to go ahead. AMA. I'm going to go ahead and let you speak. I had a feeling. Here's the thing. See, a lot of black women, especially if you're educated, if you can choose, let's just say Molly and Insecure, okay? Instead of playing the sassy, strong, independent, I don't need no man, if somebody like myself were to write Molly, I would turn convention on his ear. Shout out to Obsidian. And I would write her in such a way to where all of her weaknesses will become strengths. No one can make you appear to be masculine if you don't choose to do that. Soften your edges. One of the things a lot of black women you could do is lower your voice. Especially if you have a deeper register, lower your voice. Speak from your throat, not your chest. Because black women are associated with that boisterous, lower your voice. Lower your voice. and lower your voice and slow your cadence. By that definition, it would make you less aggressive in a tone. It would make people lean into you, get in your personal space. Then you could start using your scent to entice people. Yeah, I thought the image was just about clothes, and it's not. But at the end of the day, understand something. Everything. Huh. All right. I see Galaxy A20. I don't know who that is. Danny, you're going to have to let me know who you are. And then Tanya. I mean, I didn't know it was that late. Tanya. All these people still in here watching. Yeah. See, Tiffany can mess around, be married next week. All she gotta do is decide to just do what she know. She got superpowers. What's going on, Tanya?
Hey, how you doing?
I'm all right. What you got for me?
Can you actually see me? I actually turned on my video.
No, I don't have the camera on, but what you got?
So I was calling in because I wanted to I was talking to Tiffany in the chat room a little bit, but I didn't get a chance to really ask her a question. But this is just to you because I wanted to know, in my case, I'm a little bit older than her. I'm 39 and no kids.
She thought she was older than me.
Never been married. I'm sorry?
She thought she was older than me.
Who?
Tiffany. She was shocked when I told her how old I was. You're 39, never been married. Go ahead.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, 39, no kids, never been married. And I was just kind of thinking about your the conversation that you were having with her, and I know she came from a perspective, from a Christian perspective, and I'm a Christian too, but I'm just really starting to get into the Bible and going to church and stuff. So I'm very new at it.
Okay.
But I'm wondering, like, as far as like my chances of becoming married and having children might be pretty slim. Would you say?
Wow,
based on,
I don't know yet.
like,
I gotta ask some questions. I don't know yet.
Okay.
You're 39. What city do you live in?
I live in the Seattle, Tacoma area, Washington State.
And you're black.
Yes.
So some of the wealthiest black men are in Tacoma, Seattle area. The most successful black men are in your area. You want to find successful black men? Seattle's kind of where you go. So let's get into it. Height, weight, dress size.
Oh boy, I think this is what's gonna be the big kicker. So I'm 5'2". I'm probably a size 16 dress. And what was the other question you asked? Like weight?
Weight.
Over 200.
And you're 39?
Yes.
Any children?
No children.
Okay. Well, obviously, that is going to be a huge consideration because in a man's mind, first thing he asks is, at five, how tall are you? 5 what?
5'2".
5'2". 5'2", you're 2 inches shorter than normal. A man's mind logically asks the question, why is she this size? That's what a man logically says. And most people assume they see a woman your age, your weight, that you have had multiple children. That's a fair assumption. They'll assume you have multiple children. And then if you find out you don't have children, the next question is going to be, and I mean this in no disrespectful way, how did you allow yourself to get this way? Is there something medically wrong? Guys go through a complex set of stuff, but if it comes out that you're not married, no children, no like hyperthyroidism or hypo, whichever one of it, whichever Graves' disease causes you to put on weight, guys look at women your height and weight and they just assume, she's just not motivated, she's lazy, these kind of things. And the kind of guys who are high earners, they are dealing with women who are going to they get the best of the best.
Right.
So my question is this: what are you doing to actually drop, like, arguably 80 pounds, or have you always been a big girl?
I've always been a big girl. The lowest I've been is probably like 195, and that was about maybe 7 years ago. And I mean, I was okay then. Mind you, I was 32,
No, ma'am,
and
you
at
weren't
that
okay.
age,
You weren't okay. You weren't okay at 195 pounds at 5'2". That is almost 40% BMI. That
okay.
is very dangerous. It's not, see, in the black community, we've allowed this narrative to get to the point to where it's just out of control. To where,
Right.
again, no offense, to where you sound like an intelligent woman, to where you could say
Thank
you
you.
were okay at 5'2", 195 pounds. Ma'am, you weigh more than I do. And I'm a foot and 2 inches taller than you.
Hmm.
And you can't have always been this size. There was a point to where and I don't know why. Let me back up. Have you ever gone to any kind of counseling or therapy?
Yes, I have actually. I
So
have.
are you an emotional eater?
I've never
Were you this size in
really.
high school?
Yeah, I was probably like 185, 190 in high school. So I've always
Were
been
you
pretty
were you raised by
big.
mom and dad?
No, just my mom.
Okay. See, a father would not have allowed his daughter to get to that size.
Hmm.
He would have known that he'd been handicapping her on the open market. So, was your mother a large woman?
Yeah, she was 5'8" and about, I think she was over 300, but she had lost the weight.
Okay.
So
And
she
do you have
got
any
down to
siblings?
probably like, okay, so I do have siblings, but they're half
I
siblings. So
mean,
they
do your
live in
mother
Texas.
any children that live with you and your mother?
No, I was the only child.
Okay. So, and how much older is your mother than you?
My mom passed away, so
Okay.
she
I'm
she
sorry to
was
hear that.
25 when she had me.
Okay.
That's okay.
So a younger mother, and I'm going to assume that she probably didn't have a relationship during your lifetime.
I'm sorry, you
Did she
broke
have a
up.
relationship during your lifetime?
With my mom?
Did she have a man?
Oh no. She was only with my father, and then after.
So when you were born, you became a sister to her, and y'all live by. So this. I've seen this in my lifetime. So here's the net of it. Whatever it is, ma'am, you are allowed to be an unhealthy weight for a majority of your life. It stands to reason that without major measures, this is the size you're going to be.
Mhm.
I mean, there's surgeries, because dieting won't just get it done. You're going to have to make a wholesale life change.
Right.
So at what point are you planning on forget husbands and everything else? At what point do you plan on doing that just so you don't die?
I'm definitely making an effort now. I'm
What does that
definitely
mean?
eating a lot healthier.
Okay.
Well, I mean, I'm
Are
eating
you
smaller
working?
portions.
No? What I mean, are you actually working with a nutritionist and a personal trainer and in the gym 5 days a week?
Well, in Washington State, our gyms haven't opened yet, so
Okay,
I would have to do it on my
before
own
COVID, were
currently.
you in the gym 5 days a week?
No, I was not.
Okay, then you're not seriously doing anything.
Okay.
Seriously, ma'am. At this point, you're almost 40.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to start having joint problems. I mean, you've heard all these statistics.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know what your mother passed from, but being at this size and having no siblings, you're out there by yourself. So it's not all these things are make it affect your chances on the dating market. But your priority should be your health.
Right.
And see, by if you think you're proud of your health, it will show in your body, and then anybody who's actually looking for a woman can see that you're in that the area. What do you do for a living?
I actually write citations for vehicles, so like a meter maid.
Okay. So you'd be looking, if you were to get married, you'd want a man that was making about how much money a year?
Well, I make just under 6 figures, so
Okay.
probably about the same, something comparable.
Okay, that's not realistic.
Okay.
I'll tell you why it's not realistic.
Why is that? I'm curious to know.
Men who make that kind of money, why would they date a woman that's 5'2" and almost 200 pounds?
Yeah. I mean, that's my last relationship was like that. And he was from Louisiana, so he moved here for me.
Okay, and how much did he make when he
But
moved
that
there?
didn't work out.
How much did he make when he moved there?
Well, he was a plumber, so his rate of pay drastically changed from $30 an hour in Louisiana up to now he's making like $60 an hour
How
here.
much did he make when he was moving there?
Well, he had to get his license, so he wasn't making anything for like the first couple months because he had to get his license. But then once he gets his license,
Just
then
give me
he's
the
making
number,
55.
ma'am. Just how much was he making a year, ma'am?
A year. So I mean, I think probably 105,000 a year or so. I want to say.
Okay.
At least.
Okay, so he was making $30 an hour in Louisiana, and then he could moved up there, and then who broke off the relationship?
I did. I broke off the relationship.
Why?
He's very controlling and abusive.
Okay. Let me back up. Men up with options don't move for women. Men with options don't move for women. Women move for men with options. So however you slice it, he moved for you. So obviously he was under you. I don't really need to know what's going on in there, but the net of it is at your age, you got to get you need to drop 80, 90 pounds.
Okay.
And you're not going to do that with diet alone on your own.
Right.
If you have the means, when are you going to actually get in with a personal trainer, a nutritionist, maybe even have surgery if that's what's required? That's really where it is. I mean,
right.
Your weight is a major issue, and
right. And that's why I appreciate, I appreciate your honesty, more than anything. I know that it may come off harsh for some people, but for me, I need that reality check so I know what
I just
what
don't
I have
want
to
you.
do.
I don't
And
want you
think,
to die of a heart attack or diabetes or something like that. And that's what happened. I mean, you're not 22 anymore. Your body cannot handle this amount of weight and stress, and you're a city employee or a state employee or something like that.
I'm a city employee.
Okay, ma'am. I don't wish this on you, but you got to look at what's going on in the world right now. COVID, all this other kind of stuff. When budget starts happening, they can automate you like that. And what happens when you're writing citations? What happens if you lose that job?
And
those benefits, and you lose those benefits because you have benefits, right?
Right.
Then I suggest you use them while you have them.
And that's the other thing, Kevin, I wanted to say, or Mr. Samuels, is that my job has Weight Watchers as an option. I mean, I know it's something, right? If I'm not able to go in to see a nutritionist,
No. We don't take halves. You go all the way plus some. You are 40 years old and almost 200 pounds. I don't want to hear any halfway measures. You need to go as hard and as far as you possibly can go to save your life. Don't give me this halfway. I can go eat Weight Watchers and eat smaller portions. You've been this way since high school.
Yep.
See, this is psychological. It's more than anything else. And some of this stuff I'm outside of my depth. That's why I suggest therapy, because there's nothing logical or rational in what you just said to me.
Right.
Danny, what's going on?
Thank you so much.
No problem. Thank you. God, I thought that was Danny. Danny.
Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
I can now. What's going on?
I'm great. I'm great. How you doing?
All right. What did I get wrong?
I don't think that you did or said anything wrong. I made
Okay.
a comment that, some of us like the truth sugar coated, and some of us like the truth how you give it with hot sauce. So I think
Mm-hmm.
that is just, she wasn't really ready. She wasn't really ready for your response to her mindset. So
Who are you talking about? The woman in the video?
the woman initially that that you had and you were talking
Oh
to
yeah.
counseling video.
Okay. Why do you think she wasn't ready for what I said?
Based on how you read her, she seems like she was the type of individual that a lot of people didn't really give her a reality check when it was needed.
If she was ugly, could she have gotten where she was in life?
I don't believe so.
That's why she wasn't ready for what I said.
I don't believe so. Um, but if I may, I do have a question for you because I made a comment and the backlash that I got was kind of alarming. So I want to know your advice on this.
Okay.
All right. So in my past, I have been an individual that has been married, had relationships, and they did not work out simply because I wasn't willing to work anything out after um, their behaviors influenced my decision. Now, at this time, I am much more mature, understand. I made decisions out of being an emotional wreck, and I really wasn't in the right mental space. So I call myself leveling up now. At this time, I do have suitors and individuals that tries to court me, but I don't entertain them. My question would be, should I date while leveling up, or should I just wait till I get to the top and open up my eyes then?
When you say level up, what does that mean?
Well, it's just being more mature on the levels that I wasn't before. I realized I made a lot of mistakes because of my maturity level. I
No. When
wasn't
you
really
say you're leveling, you ask the question, should I date now while I'm leveling up, or should I wait till I've completely leveled up and then open the floodgates? What is leveling up?
leveling up to me. Okay, so where I am at this point in my life, I am on the verge of getting approved to open up my insurance agency.
Okay.
I don't want to, and that to me is huge. That's me leveling up financially, but also establishing myself.
Okay.
Um, I feel at the moment dating would be a distraction. So
Are you
I
talking?
want
Are
to
you talking about for like State Farm Farmers or Allstate? Or are you talking about what?
go
Prime.
State Farm.
Okay. And State Farm. Are you captive?
I would be captive,
Yeah,
yes.
I've had my 7, my 6, my 63. So let me ask you: can white women do the same thing you're doing and still have a husband?
Can they do it? I don't.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
I'll tell you what. I haven't seen many that
Oh, I
doesn't
have.
have a husband.
Yeah, I've seen plenty of white women who were married while they were leveling. After they leveled, see, the thing is, black women tend to think that um, you can put things in a box, while everybody else tends to be able to spin multiple plates. But let's go ahead and play it forward. Once you level up, what city are you in?
I will be in Chesapeake, Virginia.
Okay, Chesapeake, Virginia. And what's your goal annual income?
Ultimately, what's the time frame are you giving me right
Give me
now?
how old are you?
I'm 31.
4 years.
In 4 years, I plan to be making about 450K.
All right. And then you would want a man earning how much?
I would like a man earning, if not where I am, exceeding my income.
How tall are you?
I'm 5'2",
How much do you weigh?
130,
Dress size?
6.
Okay, 5'2", 136. And your previous relationships did not work because it was kind of vague, but you weren't willing to do what? I couldn't really understand. It was almost as though it seemed like you didn't have patience for people, or you didn't want to do something. What was the reasoning? It didn't work.
It's not necessarily didn't have patience. It's more so I will actually I will tell you what's bothering me, and I will
Mm-hmm.
give you time to correct the situation.
Mm-hmm.
I would communicate, but once I see that you're not trying to either understand me, communicate with me, or you shutting me out and you really don't care about me or what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying, then therefore I just match your energy. And
Okay.
it wasn't until I matched the energy that they
I get it. I
wanted
get
to.
it. Do you have any children?
I have 2.
Okay. And on a scale of 1 to 10, what would most people say you look like? What would you?
I would say a 9 to 10.
Okay. So you're telling me you're a woman who's either 9 or 10 in the face, dress size 6, and your goal is 450,000, so almost half a million in 4 years. Which, yes, in the chat room you can do that with insurance, definitely. Especially if
Absolutely.
you own an agency. Yeah, I know you can. I mean, I know you can, especially if you start selling financial products. It's not just PNC. So I know, yeah, obviously I know. But you have 2 children, boy or girl, or both. What is it?
2 boys,
And the ages?
10
Hmm.
and 1.
Same father?
No,
Were you married to either father?
no,
But you've been married?
I have.
Okay. You want to fill that in for me?
Uh,
What?
well,
Were you
after
married early?
after I had my first son, his father and I broke up like after he was 6 months,
Okay.
and I met my ex-husband 6 months after that. We were together for 8 years. We were married 5 of those 8 years. Um, got divorced and then hopped right back into a relationship and had another kid. And I realized a
Okay. So
cycle
let me
that
ask you.
was
So
going
let
on.
me ask you that the first child's father, is he alive?
He is.
Second child's father alive?
He is.
Are either of those men high earners?
They make under 100K. I would say
So they're
not
not
to
high.
my liking.
So they're not high earners. They're not high earners. Okay.
No,
So you had a child out of wedlock, married, then another child out of wedlock.
I did.
All right. And your ultimate question is all this leveling up. Should you date while you're leveling up, or should you wait till you get to the level and then open the floodgates?
Right.
There's not going to be any floodgates.
Why do you say that?
You'll be 35 years old with a 6-year-old and a teenager, both by 2 lower earning men. Why would a man who's making a half a million plus want to deal with that?
why would he want to deal with it? I
Yeah.
think it just depends on the perspective that he's taking.
Well,
I don't have any.
give me the perspective that you think a man who's making a $500,000 plus would take to choose to deal with that.
Well, see, I would say that I don't have any baby daddy drama, right?
Neither do women.
I'm pretty
Neither do women
solid.
with no. Hold on. Neither do women with no children.
That is true, but
So,
I think based
but
off the
you,
strength
but
of
still,
who
but
I
okay. So
am,
listen. I need you to understand. This is just going to slowly step through this. You have no baby daddy drama. Neither do women with no children who are your age and younger. Okay, so not having baby daddy drama is a given for men making $500,000 plus. We don't deal with baby daddy drama. We expect not to have it, but you have the babies. Are the men taking financial care of their children
they are.
fully?
Yes, when they
Are
have them.
now when they
Mhm.
have them, are they on child support?
No.
Then you're expecting a man to come in and pay for other men's children. That's what you're
Well,
asking. Hold on, listen what you're asking. This is what you're asking. A $500,000 a year man to come in and put your children in a house big enough for you, your two boys, him. Are you planning on having any more children?
no.
So he doesn't even get a child from you. So he has to take care of two, two other men's, not one, two other men's children. And he has to come in and provide a bedroom for you, a bedroom for one boy, a bedroom for another. So that's 3 bedrooms, a guest room, so a 5-bedroom house that you will be working on, granted, but he still has to pay into that. He has to pay mortgage, light, utilities, all this for another man's children. Why are they not on child support paying for those boys?
They're not on child support because we all have an agreement. I pay for things.
I get
They
it,
pay for
but
things.
another man is not a part of that. And why would another man come in and see? This is what I mean. See, a lot of you ladies never think about it from a man's standpoint. It's all what you want. Why would I go out and make $500,000 a year to come into your situation with two boys? Let's just play it forward. Let's say it's somebody like myself. Would I be allowed to whoop the children?
You'll be allowed to whip the kids.
Yeah.
No, you will be allowed to discipline them.
Hold
Absolutely.
on. No, okay. But would I have to put food on the table for the children?
Yes.
So I have all the responsibility of a biological father, but I can only discipline them. So do you think a child would be able to figure out that I'm basically there are things I cannot do even though I have all the financial responsibility?
Well,
Do you
this is
think a
the
child do
thing.
you think a child would be able to figure out that stepdad can't whoop me? That's a yes no question, ma'am.
They will figure it out.
Right. So stepdad
They
can't whoop me. Stepdad can't whoop me. Mama ain't gonna give the stepdad a kid. The stepdad has to pay for me. Now, real dad don't have to pay anything for me, but stepdad has to pay like real dad does. Then stepdad has to interact with dad one, dad two, because those two men have children in stepdad's house. Are you starting to understand why there will be no floodgates? Why would a man who's making $500,000 plus a year volunteer for this duty? Because you're a 9 or a 10 in the face and you're a size 6? Let's say you're beautiful. Let's say you're just fall out fine, you're gorgeous. Let's say your pussy is like heaven. Then what?
See, I think that I'm not the individual that doesn't have anything to offer but a cute face.
What
And
do you have to offer to overcome just those very few things I said? The man cannot discipline the children, so he has responsibility. Do you understand that no man wants to have children in his house from another man? Do you understand that?
I do understand that.
Do you understand that no man wants to have children in his house that he cannot control? Do you understand that?
I do
Do
understand
you
that.
understand no man wants to have children in his house that he cannot discipline?
I do understand that.
Then why do you think whatever you have that bring to the table overcomes those three things that are extremely difficult, and we've only scratched the surface? There are 2 million more black women than black men. Why would a high earning black man pick this? This is part of this level up stuff. This level up stuff has told you women that all you have to do is go to the bank of men and you could just put your ATM card in and get out of Henry. No, ma'am, you can't. That's why Shira and none of these other women can show you any receipts of women actually marrying well-to-do men. And talk
Well,
about
see,
it.
the thing is, in the industry that I'm in and the relationships that I've built, the people that I'm around,
Mhm.
this does happen. Now, for me,
No,
I'm not
it
saying
happens for who? It happens for white women. Which you see white women with 2 children by 2 different men getting a $500,000 man. You do?
you'll be surprised,
No, no,
guys.
ma'am.
Now, does it
Ma'am, do I sound like I
happen?
don't know? Do I sound like I don't know about the insurance business?
No, what I'm saying is
Do I sound
based
like I don't know about the insurance business, ma'am?
no, you sound like you're very well
So,
rounded
so,
and
so let's not play that game. Men who are at district level, who have their own agencies, who's making that kind of money, don't go wife a woman with 2 kids with 2 different men that they can't take care of. Ma'am, here's the scenario. You may be attractive, but you have a 1-year-old. Let me let you in on a secret. You've signed yourself up for 17 more years of single. 17 more years of side chick. I'm just going to give you the bottom line. 10 years, 1 year. I meet you for the first time. You look good. I want to kick it with you. But I look at your life and say, you got a 10-year-old, an ex-husband, and a 1-year-old. This woman makes terrible decisions. I'm not going to commingle my finances with you. And then especially when you run down the fact that I can't discipline these children, but you expect me to pay bills for these kids that these other guys ain't paying for? What fool do you think is going to do that? Because you work for State Farm? State Farm is not something that's going to do voodoo on somebody. You got 17 more years of single side chick. Guys will tell you stuff to get in your pants, but no one is rushing to meet a woman with 2 kids by 2 different men. I don't care what kind of money you're making. And that's the life you chose, ma'am.
I definitely accept your perspective and I ponder this. I really do. And
Well,
that's
I would
why
say
for me,
you go look in the chat room or go ask. Do you know any men who are making $500,000 or more?
do I personally know him or you want me to ask them in the
Do
chat
you
room?
do you no no do you personally know any men who are business owners making $500,000 or more, or just $500,000 or more? Do you know any?
Yes, I do.
Okay, can you ask them if they'd want this?
Okay, see, my initial question was, should I entertain my suitors?
Yeah, you can
Maybe,
entertain your suitors.
maybe,
Are your suitors offering marriage?
yes. My suitors are offering marriage.
Mhm.
Let me take you and the kids out. Let me do this. I am not entertaining
Oh,
them
okay.
based
So
off
I
the
will tell you
fact
this:
that
if
I'm
they're
not where
offering,
I want to be.
if they're offering you marriage, when I say they're offering you marriage, hold on, listen. I want to be real clear what I'm saying, because I know what men say. As a man dropped to one knee and presented a ring and said, "Will you marry me in public?"
No.
Then it's bullshit. It's all a ploy to get more pussy. No offense, man, but that's what it is. They know what you want to hear. They know what you want to hear. But a man who's serious about this does not talk. Okay. What you're trying to get me to understand and accept is true is that a man who is serious about courting and suiting, making a woman his wife talks to her about becoming a wife. No, that man actually courts her. That man actually goes out and buys a ring. That man plans a proposal and proposes in public, possibly using your sons to help him, to make sure this is on your finger to know that he's not playing any games, especially if he has the kind of money and resources, because he doesn't have time to play. Have you seen one of those in public?
I have not seen a ring in public, but
Then it don't
my thing is
matter.
this.
Then it does not matter, man. When it rises to this level in public, then we can talk. Until then, it's pissing in the wind.
But I'm not even entertaining them enough to know how far they would go with.
So why are you
what
saying that they are
he-
suited? Okay, ma'am, if you're not entertaining them far enough, how can you say they're offering you marriage?
I have been offered marriage on many occasions.
How?
By,
How are
by,
how are they offering you
by
marriage?
the individuals I've been in relationships with.
Who
Well,
are, okay,
and this is after
ma'am. I'm just trying to understand. Who has offered you marriage and how did they do it?
three individuals that I was in a relationship with after my first son. One I married, and they offered me marriage by way of a ring and asking me
But
to
that's
marry my.
not that. But that was the guy. Okay, 3 guys wanted to marry you, and you married one, right?
Yes.
That was then. Since then, you've had another child. Who is
That is
currently entertaining you, offering you marriage?
No one is offering me marriage.
Who is currently discussing marriage with you?
One individual that I stopped entertaining because he started to speak on marriage. Understand, I understand a position that I have placed
Okay,
myself
hold on.
in.
All right, okay. One individual you stopped seeing brought up the subject of marriage? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And were you okay? Maybe we have different definitions of entertaining. Were you guys dating?
Yeah, we were dating. I was entertaining
Ma'am,
his courtship,
were you,
if you will.
ma'am, were you intimate?
Yes.
So a man that you were dating and were intimate with, just float. How do you offer marriage or bring up the subject?
And discussion of our goals, planning, future.
And where was this
Quite
discussion?
often
Was it
he
over
would.
dinner? Was just as a night would like to?
This discussion was held more than once, a
Okay.
few times.
So, like I
So
said, ma'am, like I said 5 minutes ago, you're dating a man, you're having sex with a man. He knows how to get a hold of you, and if you're serious about marrying you, he'd have produced a ring. He's just trying to keep his pocket pussy going. You can call it what you want to. But the way you're making this sound is you got all these suitors out here and all these guys, and I have to stop you to get you to be definite, to get you to tell the complete story. You got one guy who said it'll be nice to get married and we could get married, but he's not produced a ring. And I go back to what I said. When he drops to one knee and produces a ring, then you can talk about he's offering you marriage. He ain't offering you nothing. He's offering you conversation. You can make it seem like you're in charge of something and you are picking and choosing. There ain't nothing to pick from.
And
So
last thing, this was a guy that you were entertaining before you got married to the last one, right? This is a do-over, right?
which individual are you speaking
The one
of?
you're talking about now that you're dating and entertaining. Is this a new guy or is this a guy you knew? Because you said you had 3 guys
This
and you
guy,
met.
this guy. No, over my adult life thus far, 3 individuals have proposed marriage. I married one.
When you say they
This
proposed
last
marriage, okay. When you
individual
say
is
hold on, you said they proposed marriage. Proposal to me means they dropped on one knee and produced a ring. Did all 3 men do that?
not the last one.
Then they
The
didn't
last.
propose. Then he did not propose marriage.
Okay, so are you saying that I should not entertain these individuals because there's no hope for a woman like me? Is that what you're saying? Because that's what I'm getting. Even if it is, because I'll say this: individuals of my standard and where I want to be in life, these individuals are, I would say, trying to court me, but I don't entertain them. I understand the position that I've placed myself in, being a single mom, being a mother of 2 boys from 2 different, fathers, and the age gap. I understand all of that. I understand that now. When these things were happening
What is the
on my
question, man? Man, what is the question?
the question is, should I entertain these individuals
Ma'am,
or just
can you
wait
get
until I get where I want to
can you
be?
get paid on a deal that you don't have signed?
No.
Then you can't entertain payment. Ain't nobody offered a deal. Ain't nobody signed a deal with you. There's nothing to entertain. What are you talking about? You're using all these words like you in charge of something. There ain't no deal signed. There ain't no money coming. This is you're forecasting shit. You're forecasting. Let's get business. You're forecasting sales that you haven't closed. How about that? That clear enough for you? You're forecasting stuff you haven't closed. They just talking. Ooh, I sure would like to sign with you. Man, that insurance policy look good. Yeah, well, proposal look good. Yeah, come back to my office. Let's talk about it. Yeah, bring those donuts and coffee. Yeah, let's run through it again. Sign on the line. No. I went out to the signature part, but let's talk about it. Can you deposit that shit in the bank? No, because it has not been closed. I know what I'm talking about, and I told you at the beginning. No man that's a high value man who is going to take on making $500,000 more. Seriously gonna do this? Not with options, no. And the guy you talking about, is he making $500,000?
No, he's not.
How much is he making?
Right around 56, maybe.
Bish, you sat here and wasted my time for this? Seriously, because I've been going down this path. I got men that do it. Get off my phone, lady. I apologize to the ladies out there with some sense. But see, these women out there make it bad for y'all. Lady, understand something. You have no options. This nigga make $56,000 a year. You talking like he's $500,000. You're a bust down. The stuff you talking about, you ain't got. You don't have no $500,000 agency. And I'm going to tell you, you don't have the mentality to get it. You're a baby mama with 2 kids by 2 different Negroes. And you don't even have the guts enough to put them on child support. Dude's supposed to come in making all this kind of money to wife you And you ain't gonna even give him a kid? You're a whole fucking wreck, man. I swear to God. And she was serious though. I got options. I'm entertaining this and that. I tell you, man, you guys better learn how to ask questions and get to the nitty gritty, because these sociopaths are out there. These sociopaths are out there. You best get real. Ladies, I'm gonna say something. I need you guys to close your ears. Ladies, please close your ears. Okay? And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. CIA men, do not stick your dick in crazy. Do not entertain crazy. Do not talk to crazy. Avoid crazy. If you ever had one of the little gas sniff meters, you need to get a crazy meter. Because that bitch was crazy. Talking like she really somebody. A woman on my level of my schedule. You say you a 10? Sound like you smoke about 10 packs of cigarettes a week. That's what I mean. Ooh, that's so sexy. Yeah, you can take care of my 10-year-old and my 1-year-old, but you can't discipline. No, I ain't gonna have you no babies. Yeah, you need to make $500,000 because one day I'm gonna be rich. Then I decide I'll open the floodgates, and when it levels up, y'all keep going. Some of y'all gonna get your feelings hurt out there. You gonna get your feelings hurt out there. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. Let me help you get back to reality. No, you don't have any options. All these guys I'm entertaining, and I got proposals. Has anybody produced the ring? No, ain't nobody produced the ring. Anybody propose? No, delusional. Only thing I can say is I hope you were a troll, because if not, hell no. Hell to the no. I need that sound from hell to the no, to the no, to the no. And then ladies, I need you to understand. This is some of the crazy shit guys are. This is why. I mean, imagine somebody run onto this person, man, talking this foolishness. One day when I become an agent, you know how unlikely it is. Yeah, it's possible to make $450,000. Get out of here with this bullshit. We up out of here, man. I got things to do. This was a good show, though. Good show. Fun. Till her daddy takes her T-Bird away. This is what happens. But I tell you what. Stay in therapy, man. You got some work to do. Because you can't pull that bullshit by on me. No. Anyway, I got to go. My throat hurt. I'm hungry. Oh, that's ooh, shit. It's almost, yeah, buddy. All right, man. I got to get up out. It's almost 3 o'clock in the morning. What the hell are we doing? Good show. Peace out. We are gone. Shout out to Tiffany. Tiffany gonna be married by the end of the year. Promise you, Tiffany gonna be like, you was right, Godfather. I was tripping. I'm gonna go ahead and walk my little Christian sassy self down this aisle. I'm gonna go ahead and do it right. I know. You gonna hear the London chick calling in. She gonna be using that. She gonna even watch. I think her name was Sarah. Sarah gonna even be typing in London accent. She gonna get a different font in the chat room. She gonna be typing in London. Would you like? Sarah gonna be. Oh Lord have mercy. All right. Follow me on Patreon tomorrow, 6:30 Eastern Standard Time for Patreon only stream. Follow me in the frat room on IG to see stuff that you only see there. If you're the lady that actually was on the video, I would love to hear a checkup. You should join the Facebook group. Email me and let me know it was you that was on the video. You're more than welcome to join the group. Until then, I'm out.
It's not a problem, no, 'cause I know what I'm getting